Troubleshoot. I'm gonna try to attack you guys with zombies in this episode of
Oh, we
Frost
knew if we
Campaign.
were hostile.
Attack you with words. Give me that book.
This one's the zombie Karen. You took her parking spot, and now she's gonna hold her phone at you, and then, I don't know, say something about how she parks here every day. And this is her spot.
Ooh, this sounds like a sore topic. This might have happened to someone.
I was watching Instagram videos.
What, while she came up to you?
Not
Trying to watch Biden here, lady.
No, like on someone recorded the parking lot Karen. I don't fucking meet them in real life. I just had this one the other day when I went to fix my friend's computer, and then we went out drinking because it was some sort of Mexican holiday or something.
Can I ask a dumb question
About
the geography? Like, and it's not even like a advanced. It's something that I would know just by looking around me and using my eyes in the world. For some reason, I have it in my head that I don't know, like the city is behind us, like geographically speaking, right? We didn't like cross some bridge.
It's south of us, yeah. Theoretically.
Basically, we are in between the zombies and the city, right? That's the geography that we're thinking. That we're looking at.
let's see. So if you guys are facing the water right now, technically you'd be exiting the city from the northern entrance, so it would be where the boat is pointing, essentially, where the cannon is pointing.
Because for some reason, I don't know where I got this idea, but like I felt like we crossed like a bridge and like we were because we'd have to be on the other side of the Sea of Embrace for that to be a thing. So
no, the other only reason I had it on the other map was just because that's where an open space was to put you guys, because there was also this some other furniture in that Annopolis map. I just put you guys on the opposite end because it was a nice empty space.
Gotcha.
Okay. Realistically speaking,
that's why I was thinking that. Okay.
Because if you look at this old one, hold on, let's.
Oh, it was a teleport.
If you just go to this one, it's on the other side of the bank of the river here.
I think that's where I got in my head.
So it's not supposed to be like that. It's just that if you look on this side, it's got all this schmutz on it. Have all this other already made coastal nonsense and the farms and whatnot. So that was just an open space here. And you can see all these other assets that the original author put, like these 3 fucking blue lights here for some reason.
Oh, it's putting on phone.
Alright, back to
reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
this encounter. I had music, I think.
Well, recaps.
Well, I need to put the music back, because...
Joke's on you, since I didn't play last time. I'm full up on everything.
Well, Pat's pulling the metagame Andy here, where he dips out...
Strategically.
So that he is...
Dude, is this stove on? I gotta go.
I gotta go.
What dice do I want to have out? Do I just take everything out now? Yes, I'll take everything out now. I'll take all right, 2d6.
Alright, let's see what people put. There's a lot of activity in here, some of which's not even a recap. And Pat is taking pictures of his monitor instead of just using print screen.
Chat?
I am lazy. Chat. I have to post Pop Varus. Did I post Pop Varus or only Granny Varus?
Granny Varus.
There too?
Yeah, there's a family called
Virgin Jow and Chad
the family name, okay. They're my d8s.
Alright, we gotta go to...
I have a Chad Dunmer.
We're on 106 today, so let's go all the way until I see 105. This nice gif of Garrus, Vicarian, and doesn't rhyme with our... What's your character's last name again? I don't think we have a last name for Varus yet.
I have one written.
If this is Vicarian with like 2 letters changed,
there's Q's instead of K.
That is not what I have written down. However, I've kind of like retconned or like I have.
However, I kind of want to change it now to that.
Hold on, let me see
well,
if I have
no.
it on my desktop.
I don't. I made the decision that he doesn't really have a last. He has one, but like, or he
Everyone
had
has a
one, but,
last
like,
name.
Everyone
like,
has.
I
a
have
last
one written
name.
down if for some
Come
reason
on.
you want to use it, but like
Leaf.
in my
It's
head,
yeah.
in his head, if not in mine, it doesn't serve a purpose because he literally
Wow.
sits in a tree. He used
This
to
guy
sit in a
clearly
tree
hasn't
all
had a
day.
job. Yeah, what's your surname?
Exactly, he doesn't.
How did his family on
I
fakes that?
Yeah, for our
fakes that
business
their
card.
I have
son
not
is what's his
decided if he
name.
knows his last name or not. So that is.
But would your family think that what's his name is their son now?
Well, my
They just
backstory was
don't
that my
know.
parents were. That's why I joined
Oh.
the Watchers, was because like, oh yeah, they like some crazy fey creature whirled into my small little town and kind of ate everyone except
you
me.
had to go to Bel Air.
Basically, the first half of my backstory is like the backstory from The Mandalorian. So it's like
Fresh Prince of Mandalorian. There he is. I'd watch that.
instead of a helmet though, he wears a hood. So there you go.
And he's not racist against fakery.
Yet.
I don't like droids.
My bees are technically fey, I think.
Hates you.
Well,
My
whenever I
elf-
do,
well, my
whenever I
elf
do
is fey.
conjure animals, like those aren't beasts; they're fey spirits in the shape of beasts. So, actually, I think I don't remember if no Og. I'm trying to remember what Og was because, like, I feel like
He's a dog.
I know that, but I'm trying to remember if he was also a case of he's actually a fey creature, but he's in the shape of a wolf, or he was literally a wolf and just. Actually, I can't remember the backstory behind that. I think he's got retconned into the former. Because it's like, oh, now I summon these things in the place of having one animal companion. I just summon a bunch of them on a whim when I have the faculties to do it. So
This one's AUG 1, this is AUG 2, and all the way up to 8. Alright, let's see, 105. Kalos and the Funny Monkey Chest. Preparations, this is Dan's, by the way. Preparations were made for a peaceful outing to find a dragon and get its blood. Laszlo offers his advanced payment to Kalos to help him in their research, specifically referring to, of course, the diamond quartz that you decided to take up as your payment, instead of cold, hard cash. While messing up pirates, Laszlo used the Staff of Black Omens to help the League. It's kind of an odd thing to put in there. You're just describing something you did in combat, but I guess it's technically.
he finally
recapping.
did it. He's been holding on to it.
I mean, to be fair, you guys have been
It
holding
felt
on to a lot of
significant.
things, and and you wouldn't download an. Hold on, let me see the best filter for this. A cave, maybe, or a chapel?
Chapel.
You wouldn't download a magic necromancy staff.
Evil.
Haven't gotten there.
Well, that was a good one.
Would you? This one is Alec, which is a collage. We haven't had one of those in a while. The League got kitted up, and Varys was like, I don't have a... Actually, maybe I do have something that can kind of sound like Garrus. But something about calibrations. This ship crashed into the docks, and the crew was like, Gar?
Pirates. Steve the pirate.
Or
Kalos found a book and was like, Evil!
There's
Uh,
more to it. Come on.
You're supposed to say the evil.
Well, I'm not gonna get out of my seat and start running.
Why not?
Shaun of the Dead, of them pretending to be zombies. The guy on the second to the left is not trying at all. I'm pretty sure he dies in the movie.
His death actually scared me as a kid because I remember really liking the movie up until that point. And it's just like he's gory, like torn apart. Like, Jesus, fuck.
It's a zombie movie, kid.
I know, but it's a funny ass zombie movie.
Next is At, which is his screen cap from his
Give
game
him
of
a
Morrowind.
D6.
Are you winning, son?
An NPC that goes by the name of Granny Varys. I'm assuming that's their surname.
Granny.
Varys.
Last
The
name
name
Varys.
Granny. What?
You just called all dark elf zombies?
Yes.
We haven't had good experiences with the Dark Elves in this campaign. I'm just saying.
Let's see. Henry's is Kalos the Arcane Guinea Pig 105. After receiving what may be the key for his thesis, Kalos decides to risk it all and poke at the menacing book with his stick. No matter how powerful the artifact, who are you gonna call? And then this appears to be a gif of some man holding a very nefarious book.
Some man. It's Ash, right?
I have no idea. I just I
That's a
looked in
Necronomicon. Evil Dead.
oh, okay.
It's some guy. I'm gonna say
Bruce
it's like
Campbell.
Jim Carrey or something, right?
Fucking mate, you're a bozo.
I don't know actors. All I know is Danny DeVito.
Gacha games.
It's Pratt, of course.
Yeah. That's actually Chris Pratt. He plays the book.
105.
Pratt actually plays Danny
This
DeVito.
one is Andrews. So I think this is.
A big niner. That is his 9
I think
points.
everyone except for
I
me.
technically wasn't there, unless you count Granny Varys.
Granny Varys is kind of relevant.
Well, you did need to play all of Morrowind to get up to this point. So, wait, is that in game or you just
cost.
found it online?
No, this is in game. No, technically, if you have the DLC, you could start this at level 3.
So
Well-
Pat went and got the DLC.
So
knew
you did
that
have to play
105
the
was
game
coming
for
up.
at least.
Well, that's if you patch it, right?
Pat timed it perfectly.
No,
so that he
actually,
could post that.
no, I think it's level 3 by default. If you patch it, it's not until if you get modded for like I did, it's not until you're the Reverine.
Look at all
Wait,
this
which
extra
DLC?
effort.
This is the first DLC, right?
This is Tribunal, yeah.
No, you just get attacked straight away as if
Both the level 1, you go to sleep.
Yep, and then murderers. Murderers everywhere.
Murder.
This is Andrews. For last but not least, we have 105. Head achy, wakey, eggs and bakey. Oh, okay. Dauntless didn't feel well, but that's fine because we will assumably no longer be menaced by murderers. I like the alliteration. Well, specifically Laz's flavor of murderers. You're not immune to being attacked for the rest of the campaign, imagine. You can't attack me, my boss said so.
I'm not supposed to get attacked by murderers today.
Mom said it's my turn with the being the
We haven't
murderers.
tried that yet, though. We haven't tried that yet. Keep it in the back pocket.
Blood will be blood will need to be put in the blood box, though. That, unlike contract killers, is not up for negotiations. We confirm our compass works as it says on the tin. We made a new friend thanks to a winning smile, some food, and a knife. The polite end of it. The League, spelled the classic Andrew way, proceeded as planned, only to be paused by Piratus Pachyderms. Is that how you spell pachyderms?
I had to Google it.
Okay. I didn't think there'd be a Y in it. That would be like a different vowel. Who proceeded to be piteously pummeled. God damn it. You spelled Kalos' name
Twisters
wrong.
in the morning. But
Kalos looked intently into the abyss, but luckily looked away before the abyss could look back. Finally, a gif from Scooby-Doo and Zombie Island. Classic.
I put the track in the thing. I
Yep.
know we can't play it over the screen, but
For fear
Copyright.
it's there.
of being...
It's there. It's
Well,
there.
to be fair,
for anyone
it's
else.
not, it depends on how much you play of it, because if it's... They'll just have a section of the VOD muted. That's for Twitch. If it's on YouTube, though, the whole thing just gets canned. So, I'm not going to touch that.
It's there for the individual people who wanna.
We want to listen to it during the fight.
And then Pat's thing about Virgin Drow versus Chad Dunmer, created by Ivan Le Terrible on Steam, I think, because it has... You didn't crop that out.
Or he's just uploaded the picture.
I'm gonna... Well, there's no Dunmer in this campaign, so I'm gonna leave that be for just a bit. But we're gonna get into this one. So right now, the party has done a couple of things. One, their new employer has basically given them the equivalent of fantasy uranium, of which is very compatible in the sense of it does become depleted eventually, although its half-life is incredibly short. relative to real life uranium. Who knows? You could find real uranium in this campaign too, and you can all roll against disease check for
We already.
cancer.
I'm
You
immune.
guys did that already.
Yeah, but like this not look like actual like regular cancer, not magically induced cancer.
I'm
Um,
immune to cancer.
Well, just bring that into real life and we'll cure it by taking all of your blood or something. The plot to every diseased horror
You ever thought
genre.
about that though? Like, what happens if you woke up one day and your blood was just like it got discovered? Your blood is the cure for cancer.
I would probably monetize
Donate.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that, but you're gonna get black bagged so fucking hard.
Well,
They're
then
gonna-
none
they're
of
gonna
you
fuck
hear
you up.
about it until the Cure for Cancer actually comes out, probably like 2 weeks after my disappearance. And then all of you guys, plus anyone who has this on video, because this is only internet on 2 different sources, well, you can't really do anything about it, because if it's the government black bagging me, then who the fuck's gonna do
We
They're
anything
connect
about
deleting
it?
the
your
dots,
account
and
is
we're
gone.
like,
They're like,
oh,
nope.
it was Adam.
It's
Well, like
gone.
they would turn you into a human IV bag. You got to think about it like that. Like,
Well, it
they're not
depends on
gonna
how
let
it's
you-
needed. If like they only need like no, I'm not gonna get logistics of if is it like a vaccine that needs to be constantly administered, or is it just like a puzzle piece?
When they just try to replicate you,
I don't know. Well, considering they're having 3D printed meat, I'm sure they could just make.
3D printed Adam, man.
Oh, yeah. Anyways,
CRISPR is an amazing thing, guys. CRISPR. I should say.
Yeah,
Adam, why do you
toaster or
look like a
something?
Ken doll right now?
Mhm. But if I had to be continuing this recap, I would say that you guys got the equivalent of magical uranium. You have your job to do for Dauntless's side of your reason for being here in this country in the first place, and you've basically finished up with Laszlo's end, seeing as you did achieve in metagame talking, a level up for story progression. Alec did ask this last session if you were damaged at all during this and you leveled up, because we're technically going into combat during a mid-session after you had leveled up. Just increase your maximum HP. Any damage you accrued still is taken, so if you're at 72 HP before, and with a maximum of 80, whatever your maximum came to is changed, but you're still at the same standing HP, or current HP. So,
Oh, wait, my lay on hands.
that being said, the exceptions would probably be Zen, because he stepped away. So he's fresh in that regard.
All this stuff. He's
Fresh
ready
to
to
death.
He's ready to de-zombie these fuckers. Deflower these zombies.
I
He's
don't
gonna
like
oid some
the
motherfucker,
words of
but-
deflower in this context, because that means to...
Zen rapes the corpses.
Well, I don't really
He's gonna
wanna-
weed. He's gonna cut some weeds. He's gonna,
Andrew,
pick
some
some
things need to
cherries.
be
Wait,
spelled
no,
out,
not
like,
that one either.
Some things can be left to the imagination.
Well, you said it, not me, so if anyone's gonna go after you, that's Smith Sheetrock on Twitch.tv.
Hey, I did have a question for you.
That's Andrew.
Flying last an hour. Oh, actually, never mind. I'm good. It's out. Nope. Never mind. Last 10 minutes.
Wait.
Oh, actually, has it been 10 minutes since everything? Or no, right? It just dropped.
You probably would have it decaying basically now, because the whole lockpicking scenario of you getting through all of those things probably took at least a minute to a minute and a half each, and what there were 5
Okay.
locks.
Yep, I just wanted to make sure.
In any case, that would have definitely decayed by the time you got out and started sailing over, and then when you guys were like playing with the chest and like you were like knee deep in goo,
Eval.
that would also have expired by then. Anyways,
Okay.
so
Alright, cool.
you guys, on the first leg of your journey, not even getting outside of the city limits, you are immediately thrown into a major encounter where a group of Loxodon pirates crashed ashore onto the nearest bank that is adjacent to your current position. The denizens of this ship, who are probably into some illegal activities, if you had to imagine, crashed ashore and then began immediately slaughtering the nearby fishermen and civilians. Being the great heroes that you guys are, sprung into action and began to counter-slaughter them. Unfortunately, many of the civilians did eat shit and die, only leaving a land-locked ship that's probably going to need to be decommissioned and disassembled, because it is not seaworthy, and the amount of damages and payment that would require to repair said damages is, well, it's not your boat, first of all. It could be. Not saying you have to. Might need a license for that. But in any
License.
in any case, as soon as this rabble was taken care of, the guards came down fashionably on time, and began to assess the situation. Considering they were pirate elephants, you couldn't help but wonder if they had any pirate booty, and went aboard their ship, specifically just Kalos, combing through all of their bullcrap. Some of it is just clutter, such as socks that are not a full pair, rags used to dust things down or wipe surfaces, and this funny monkey chest that you couldn't quite tell which animal's skull it was. So it was probably some sort of simian that had 2 tusks on the front, and its eye sockets are on that of an herbivore where they're on the side of its head, as opposed to a predator where they're in the front. Anyways, funny monkey chest aside, you disengaged a majority of the locks, allowing it to be moved freely from the lower deck of the ship, with some help from some stronger friends, specifically like your artificial construct. You brought it aboard took it off board onto shore, and had Laszlo dispel the magical arcane lock that was holding this thing all together, having disassembled all the mundane locks. You took out whatever the contents were, and it was indeed a book of evil. And
Evil!
bad things started happening. You saw visions of necromancy. Black goo began to pour out from every surface that was adjacent to the book. And you tried doing the thing that kids do when they accidentally break something, of just putting it back in and closing the lid, hoping it would fix it. But unfortunately, the magical lock that was disassembled by Laszlo was keeping all the goo inside of the book, essentially. It started pouring out from the sides, and having needed a priest, because none of you are holy enough to essentially put this thing back into its box,
Put this thing back where it came from.
Laszlo ran back to town, and attempted to get some help from one of the local priests. Unfortunately, his riz was on... What's the opposite of on fleek?
Off fleek?
Sure. And he essentially looked like a crazy person running into the nearest, Walmart and asking one of the employees to help him with this thing that's 20 minutes down the street. Despite him having good intentions, the sweat dripping down from his brow and the spaghetti falling out of his pockets made it so that no one wanted to help him. This was at the Temple of Osiris, so he's probably going to try another one. And who knows, he'll probably pull out a nat 20 on the first roll, and I don't know, just in contrast to last session. But in any case, while that's happening on a different screen, you guys see that there are a series of horribly disfigured and undead creatures pouring out from the shores, walking in your general direction, presumably from the call of this black book of evil. And this is where we ended last week's session. There are 2 guards here that were essentially present with you guys during this whole shenanigans of you guys dispelling the book's locks and having Kalos try to discern its nature. You'll notice that we are in a smaller location just because it's less intensive to just have only this loaded, and we don't need the whole city behind us. So we're going to go ahead and start off with the combat session. Of course, that means we're going into turn-based mode, and I can put the music up. And unfortunately, one of your members is in church, so he's not going to get to participate in this combat. He's going to,
Losers in church on a Sunday, haha.
Wow.
I'm rooting for you guys. You got this.
Henry is not a man of God.
You're gonna come down. You're gonna come down to the Bifrost and bring me zombies or something like that.
But just guys, remember that this is the first session of the new year. Let me go ahead and.
Oh, you did it again?
No, it's on by the default. I think it's because of the way
Adam.
that I'm restreaming this through a different proxy. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and open up my initiative tracker. The guards and the zombies are going to be in a lump sum, so the zombies all go simultaneously so that I can get them all out of the way in one fell swoop. as with the guards, you guys, of course, are player characters and have your own initiatives to take care of. I'm gonna roll for my NPCs first, and then I'll ask you guys what your initiatives are. Wow, these guards are not gonna play the game.
Guards, come to the church with me.
Guards on initiative. I mean, you guys could in theory roll lower, I guess. The guards are on initiative 6.
I have
And meanwhile,
negative.
the Zombozos are on initiative 17.
Zombozos, ha.
That's their
bozos.
name. That is a good name for them.
Zombies.
Zambozos.
I think that's one of the. Oh, it's Zomboni is from Plants vs Zombies.
Hey, Zamboni!
Alright, I have my NPCs taken care of, so let's go ahead and skip over Laszlo, because you're not here. Let's start with Varys.
Okay.
'cause
Jeez.
I got a 15.
Fuck.
Alright, can I have Zen, please, next? I'm just going down what I see.
Hold on. Better, 15.
Alright, you are tied with Varys, so you guys can choose whomever goes first. Since it is a player character to player character tie, you can just switch around.
Oh wait, no, I was wrong. 14.
Okay, never mind. You are
Oh,
after
after
Varys.
you, sir. No, after you, sir. Oh, after you, sir.
And I have Kalos, and by proximity, Krios,
13.
13. And last but not least is the Princess Hualong, or should I say Dauntless.
12, right?
Sure.
Sorry, did you...
No, I got 9. Well, I rolled 11, but I got 9 because -2.
Understandable. Alright, well, you guys got beat out by Zombinis. Not wearing bikinis, even though they... Okay, I'm gonna stop trying to rhyme there.
No zombies.
Coward.
Zombussy, as the kids call it.
Fucking hell.
Okay, let's add them to the initiative list, one at a time. Some of them are closer to shore than others. As you notice, these zombies, or sorry, I'll just say zombies. As you see the zombies shambling out, many of them are covered in like loose strings and nets that are used by fishermen. Others are in, shit. I think I put someone wrong. No, that's Kalos. Kalos, Dauntless, and then the guards. Okay. Relatively long turn order, but it's mostly filled with zombies, so they have pretty simple things they can do. Shamble and swing. But you'll notice that some of them are like encrusted with barnacles and other sea life that are like clinging to their flesh and bone that are exposed. Others are in advanced states of decay where you can basically see that they're all like 40% missing of flesh. Others look like they're just bloated corpses of people who have recently drowned and have begun to take on water weight. These are the fat kinds that you would see that explode in most video games.
If only had vicious mockery.
In any case, I'm gonna go ahead and start with this zombie over here on the far left, or your guys' right. It's shambling out from the shores and has climbed itself over some of these rocks. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up using the arrow keys to have it move. These things are relatively slow and bloated, so it's gonna need to sprint to get anywhere. Also, there's no one in a rage in the first place, so...
Oh, I should put him on not peaceful music, but combat.
Gotta put on the Scooby-Doo music.
It has shambled over to this guard, where its stench is almost immediately, almost said audible. Noticeable.
Audible stench.
That is.
Yeah,
That's
stink
bad.
lines, and they're making radio waves. But as you notice, specifically Varys, because you're the first player character closest to here, and then as soon as Zen feels like looking in that direction, you can see where everywhere this zombie steps, it leaves little barnacle-encrusted footsteps, almost as if there is a whole environment underneath each footsteps, as if whatever magics are causing this thing to become reanimated are more than just making the dead come back to life. There's a bit of a more marine-themed thing to them. This one needs to sprint to get any closer, so he's not going to have any combat available. This one is going to go next. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Center on this one, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did need to sprint to get here, so this one is gonna become start swarming this one guard menacingly. Let's get this one next. This one has climbed out into the boathouse, and you can see it needs to clamber on through this window in order to get out. I'm gonna make an acrobatics check with this zombie to see if it can do the classic, do I fall through the window or do I like clamber through it? Thankfully enough, this zombie actually did not fall flat on its face when mounting this window, and has gracefully gotten onto the other side. Using a bit of its movement speed to get there, I'm going to use the rest of it to walk forward. Alright, it's going to stop there. And I might as well sprint, because I can't swing at anyone in melee if I'm back here. I have it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gonna stop here. And this one, as it gets really up in your face, Varys, is beginning to gnarl its teeth as if it's making a snapping motion, trying to bite at you, but has not the action economy to do so. This one shambles forward, and you notice that the trail that your goo has left behind is beginning to seep into the ground around the chest and anywhere where it was before, like when you took it aside to do the identification of this thing. So there are a couple of stray black pools that have been accumulating in the sand. While not completely seeping into it, they do essentially create these little discs of globules that have rested onto the surface. As soon as this one zombie from the shores steps forward, one of its foot touches the edge of one of these goo piles, causing it to become almost enraged and not quite conflagrated, but you see some sort of fire behind its eyes. This one is buffed.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna put a bright... actually, I'll put the torch on this one. Enable torch. The glowy ones are buffed. Not able to reach Kalos just yet, but it does get into the goo range, so these two are buffed. I'm gonna sprint just to get this... Actually, wait, we have this technology. Diagonal tiles are within range in our campaign, so just remember that. So, I am within reach. For zombie slap. He's going to try to menacingly swipe at you.
Menacingly.
Now take in mind, this one is buffed, so not only is his flesh seep, almost as if instead of blood in his veins, it has now been replaced with this black ichor that has been seeping from the Black Book of Evil, giving it enhanced abilities. And by that, I mean I get a bonus to my attack and damage roll. And maybe some other things. The first one is a total of... I rolled a 3 plus bonuses, brings me to a total of 10.
Negative.
That's not a negative number, Henry.
No, you missed, sir.
The next one is a 16 plus 7 for a total of 23 on the zombie swipe.
Yeah, that hits.
The first one, you recoil backwards, using your flat end of your axe to brace almost like a shield, causing the zombie's hand to harmlessly hit against the flat of the blade. You feel a decent amount of pressure from this thing. Whatever black ichor is seeping through this thing's veins are giving it inhuman and unnatural strength, on top of unnaturalness that a zombie is in the first place. The recoil causes you to buckle and almost fall onto all of your weight onto this back heel, causing the zombie's next lurch to toss you off balance and gets a clean swipe across your collarbone. You can feel the pressure of it. Although you are wearing thick armor, this thing is punching with the force of like at least 2 able-bodied boxers.
That's pretty fucking hard.
The damage has increased from a d6 upwards to a d10. Has 2 gaps of dice, thanks to this buff. That is a total of 12 damage. No, sorry. Not plus 3, plus 4 because of the buff. So that's 13 points. of bludgeoning damage, and this thing comes with a nasty surprise of forcing you to make a Constitution saving throw versus extra necrosis damage.
20. What is that? 26.
Unfortunately for the zombie, you are more hardy than others and do not succumb to the necrosis that would otherwise fell a lesser man. However, it is not completely nullified. You still take a total of 8 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And I believe this is the last one. This is the short one. Zombie dwarf. Sprinting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna stop him on this rock. Alright, now the player characters get to go. Varys, you're first on the list. There's one right in front of you.
Seeing this thing right up in my face. I don't think I did anything to break my concentration last session, and because of the item, the lens, I get concentration on my Hunter's Mark can go up to like 8 hours, so I'm going to make use of that. And I'm going to slap it on that zombie right in front of me.
Let's use the bright green for the mark and bright yellow for concentration.
Okay, I am going to draw back my bow, and even though I think... You know what? I'm gonna move anyway. I teleport back 10 feet as I draw back on this thing. That is there. That's 10 feet. So I pop out of that zombie's range and I shoot it with an arrow.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. That is let's see. Well. What's 31 total.
Zombies are not well known for their high defensive capabilities. More of the whole, they're just dead people that are trying to hurt you. So, I don't think I need to tell you that a 30 is more than enough to hit anything that is a zombie. Damage, please.
Alright. That's not horrible. I see. Let me roll one more dice. 19 damage total on this zombie.
A hefty amount of damage to this zombie. On your first attack.
Okay. Just want to see something real quick. Can I lower? Nothing. The terrain, the way it is, isn't obstructing my view of the two zombies attacking this guard, right?
Let's see. Let's take the line tool.
I don't think so.
Not touching anything there. And this one is not touching anything there. I believe Tailspider has that really neat feature of if something is out of your line of sight, you won't be able to see the mini, so...
Okay. Alright, so I'm going to repeat the process, but I'm going to pop around a few more times with my teleport, and I'm going to use my second two attacks one on each of these two zombies that are trying to swarm this guard. So I'll teleport after, but I think so. Zombie to my right, the furthest to my right on the guard side. Attack number 1. 17 total to hit.
Yes, he is wearing nothing but a old raggedy shirt, providing very little to no protection.
Actually, I realize I do have to decide what I want to move. So I'm going to move. I'll move about there. Because it actually does matter for when I want to target something. Where is dice? I did not roll. 16 damage to that zombie.
Yup.
Okay, and then... one more teleport away. and then that other zombie that's in front of that guard, the third one. So I'll attack one more time. That is a... Well, that's a 25 total. So I'm assuming that one, unless this one has a wildly different AC, I'm assuming that hits.
No, this one is wearing just as much civilian clothes as the other one.
Okay.
And I have not given them adamantine armor or anything. Although that would be kind of funny, wouldn't it?
Same roll. Another 9. So that'll be 16. Another 16 on that zombie.
Varys lets loose with a fan of arrows, causing several of these zombies to be damaged heavily, although they're not falling quite readily. Their bloated forms seem to absorb a decent amount of damage, and they do not feel pain as you and I do. So there's visibly little to any reaction on these zombozos. If you're all done, we can pass it over to Zen next.
Okay. Before I do that, free action. I'm gonna call out, regroup, keep them away from the chest.
Good call, good call. Go ahead and
Yeah.
hit next when you're ready so Zen can do his thing.
Do my thing, and
I will say, however, if you are planning to say this thing has elf ears, do I get bonus to it? Unfortunately, the undead part does
overwrites out.
the elf thing.
It's worth
But the
asking.
ears are right there.
They're dead, so they don't count.
The axe cries out in sadness, like it's not
Oh,
good
can I
enough.
also get my bees, Adam?
Sure. I honestly forgot what I used as the mini for the bees.
You're
so-
using like a
Do I have a swarm? Swarm. I have a swarm of rats. Is that what I used last time?
No, it was like some kind of like swirling thing.
It was like a wind effect or something.
Oh, a fucking
Wind
elemental.
elemental? Yeah, I guess. So.
Whoosh.
I mean, if you want the
Whoosh.
rats or the elemental.
I'd
it's up-
rather have the elemental.
Okay, fair enough. Alright, no rats today, I guess. I'll put that right next to you.
I also need to roll their initiative. They have +4 dex.
Wow, better than Dauntless.
They got 15.
Let's see, that means they
That ties
technically
them.
would be on Varys' turn, so you can actually take theirs now.
Yeah.
I'll shove them into the turn order and put it right before you. Turn back the clock and say that's where the bees are. So from your mouth, the bees swarm outwards, angry.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Dude, Candyman.
Even though it is not an elf anymore, despite what the ears show, it is axe time. Our new first roll, I am pretty sure 26 hits.
Undoubtedly.
And with my new level up, my monk die is now 1d8.
Whoa, we upgrade, boys. Now let's see how much damage you do to this not elf.
D8. Okay, there it is. I've almost max rolled. I have 14 damage on that first hit.
Alright, let's see how this undead constitution works. This thing might die, or it might hold on with 1 HP.
Oh.
The undead fortitude causes your first strike with your axe to cleave a mighty chunk into its upper torso. With the bees swarming around it, this thing's confusing enough to look at already. Now its body has been horribly disfigured. However, some unseen evil is holding its body together and causing it to still maintain animation.
I don't
Okay, so for my next attack instead, I'm not going to do my extra guy. I'll use my bonus monk attack.
He's gonna keep swinging, and let's see.
I'm gonna punch it.
I'm gonna
An
kick it in the
axe.
face.
And my axe.
Well, no, actually, monks don't need to punch it. It's unarmed. I forget. I always forget.
I'm
Yep,
gonna
it's this unarmed strike, and I
gonna
rolled
lick
kind of
'em.
low on that, but maybe their AC is that low.
potentially. Let's hear the number, please.
15.
Indeed, their armor class is incredibly low, and you do
Oh.
still hit with a 15. Aims
Voice.
the zombies. Also, they're not even the buffed one, so.
And that damage is That damage is 10.
10 points. It's at 1 HP, so the difficulty gets harder and harder the more attacks it's trying to sustain, so maybe it might fail, maybe it might not. Let me just double check its con. I think actually zombies have a pretty good con.
They don't feel pain.
They have a +3 con, so that brings us to a 16, which is one above the thing I required, so I need a 15. It holds on for dear on life.
On life. I have to use my extra attack then. I wanted to save that. X again. That does hit with 15.
Turning this thing into chunky cheese Swiss, or Swiss cheese, excuse me. Let's see how much damage this one does.
Well, I did 11. It has 1 HP. It's 11 damage.
Yep. And let me just roll for the Constitution. This is the 3rd time that it needs to sustain, so the difficulty class is much higher. And with an 8 plus 3, 11, unfortunately I needed a higher number than that. This one, after 3 consecutive strikes, finally goes down. The bees eventually kind of swarm on top of its body, almost as if it's teabagging it.
1000 teabag.
I'll remove this zombie elf from the initiative.
I just like the fake I was just forward swinging down repeatedly.
Safe to assume, like a lumberjack getting very angry at a very defiant stump. The consecutive downward swings eventually cleave the zombie in twain, leaving behind nothing but a large pool of black-colored blood and a decent amount of seawater.
Ugh.
Well, at this point, it's more ichor than blood.
The zombie goes down almost silently, with nothing but a grumble in its undead vocal cords. You are free to move about.
Yes, I will. Right here, and I already used my bonus action, so that is it for me.
Let's pass it over to Kalos, who is currently face to face with a buffed zombie. He
I
has
will.
creatine in his veins.
I will mentally tell Kalos as a bonus action to move and drag the chest with him. So tell me if by taking the chest with him, it lowers his speed.
Moving something of that thing is equivalent to, say, dragging someone while grappling, which halves your movement speed.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3. And if you can just drag the chest right behind him, appreciate it.
As much as you would like it to not do this, it does leave a trail behind of this gooey material. So everywhere that you've dragged it, ignore the fact that I'm using a giant pillar for this. I don't have a black swatch that I can use to fill in the thing. Technology's not there yet.
Early access.
We just got boats. It's fine.
This is not. Is this one of those boats?
No, this is one of the ones pre-boat. You can see that it's made up of
Logs.
rectangular wooden planks. And they're not as smooth and contoured as you might imagine.
So that was my action. That was my bonus action. As an action, I swing at the guy that swung at me.
Fence.
Sorry, I was reading something.
My shit froze.
One of them was a 25 and the other one was a dirty 20.
Yes to everything that you just vocalized.
Okay. The first one of them will have arcane jolt on them. So. Oh shit, that's a lot. Hold on. Do you want it all together or separate?
Only if any of that damage is necrotic. Or, yeah, necrotic.
No, nope, nothing.
What's the matter with Dan?
What?
He's, completely blanked out his camera. And he's muted on away on TeamSpeak.
He's probably stepped away because it's like
Because he's not here.
He's
not in
preparing his
combat.
speech.
So in total, that was 44 damage.
Alright, well, the buffed zombies are not going to take any shit lying down, so they have more HP and will not go down without a fight. You have not triggered his thing yet, because he still has actual HP.
Okay. And then give me 1 second. There's one thing I want to check.
Can't tell if
Okay.
Andrew is frozen or he's just really good at holding still. Wow. It's like that
What?
Gabe Newell interview. Astronaut?
Andrew, it's your turn.
Okay.
Krios has dragged the box in closer to your general direction, causing a trail of black goo to fall behind. Everywhere you see it, the zombies that are touching it are becoming invigorated by negative energy flows.
3. Alright, smash. Let me see. I'm just gonna divine smite it. Why not? Old chest.
Indeed, why not?
Alright. I'm going to use my flail. My flail. And these are undead, right? So they get undead.
Yes, zombies are, as classic media tells you, undead.
I'm just thinking of all the fucking d8s I'm gonna have to slap.
You could always use the real dice or the virtual dice.
I bought
You,
the real dice
you
and
technically
used the
paid
real
for both
dice.
of them, because Tailspire wasn't free, so your
Yeah, and
counter
then-
argument is null.
And then look at my rolls last week. I got what, like 3 natural 20s, like back to back to back. No, so-
well, no, wouldn't it? It's double the damage, so you would just roll the
Alright,
same
that
number.
missed. Extra attack.
But well, how do you?
So I missed my first swing. I'm gonna swing again.
Was it a nat one?
That was a 2.
Well, no. If you're 2, you still have all your bonuses to.
It's not well.
You don't know what their armor class is, so Alec is right in this regard. You might not necessarily have missed with a 2.
10.
That hits.
Oh, okay. Alright, well, the second attack was 4, so that also hits, but I'm going to do the Divine Smite on the first one, so I'll give you the damage in the second one after.
Affirmativo.
1d8 because it's a flail. 1d8 because of auto smite. D8 because they're undead.
Well, no. I think is smite double the dice, or is it just roll the same number of dice and then double?
No, it's extra 2d8 radiant.
Well, I know, but like, do you have to roll extra dice, or is it just double because they're undead? You might not have to roll extra dice.
No, I get an extra d8 if they're undead.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Alright, so 1d8 from damage, 2d8 is the smite. 1d8 is auto.
Who's Otto?
Stop distracting me.
What? If you're distracted that
Stop
easily,
bullying him.
1d8 because they're undead. One, 3, 5. Okay. And then 2d6 because of the lightning. Plus 4.
Oh, Krios can use my arcane jolt too. Who knew that? Fuck.
Do you need the damage separate depending on what is what?
I'm going to ask for all of them in one lump sum, because I don't think any of that stuff that you just said is necrotic.
Well, I don't know if they're like resistant to electric for whatever reason.
Nope. Only thing they have is just that absorb HP on necrosis. And none of you
Right.
guys are doing that yet. And if anything, the guy who can do necrotic damage is over in the city.
I'm gonna take a little day trip, you
Priest,
guys.
help me! Father.
I will if you pay me 5,000 Samir.
Alright, so 42 damage.
Great. Well, I'm gonna trigger my Undead Fortitude, because Kalos left me with 9 HP, but let's see how this goes. You did a lot of damage, so this is gonna increase the difficulty class, but he's buffed because of the black goo. Therefore, I'm gonna bring this up to a total of 22 on my bonus, or with bonuses, excuse me. So, this creature
Yeah.
is still undead.
Alright, so my second strike did hit.
Mhm.
I rolled a 4, so...
I don't necessarily need the
question.
damage for that one, because I just need to roll the Undead Fortitude with a higher difficulty class. But you have a question as I'm rolling the dice in my hands?
Actually, yes, this is kind of important. So my Divine Smite now gives me an automatic 1d8 when I swing. Do I get the added benefit of, if I'm swinging at an undead, do I get the auto smite and do I get the auto extra undead d8?
If you
Or is
like the auto damage is just basically like buffing your sword in Dark Souls with,
Yeah, I think it's
one
like
thing.
you've become.
I know,
You've
but what
reached
I'm saying
higher
is-
enough level to do it.
So when I
Does
do
he have to
Divine
burn-
Smite,
No, he
No,
doesn't
no, the
have to.
auto
it's-
smite that's free. That's basically
yeah,
just
I know that's free, but the 1d8 extra on undead.
Does he have to burn the spell slot to get that extra D8, or does he automatically get
that one has to be when you activate smite.
Okay,
The
that's what I
auto
was
one
thinking. Okay.
is
Okay,
It
I
was,
figured we
that'd be
cleared that
really
up
good
now.
if it was just fucking swayed through zombies.
Well,
Just-
that's
yeah.
why I'm asking.
This thing's got a crazy bonus because the goo. It's still living.
Damn, my holy and shit doesn't do anything.
It does help, but unfortunately the black goo is stronger than you think it is.
Alright, let me make sure I can't do
It
anything
is,
else.
after all, evil.
Evil.
Oh, I was supposed to get a fucking soundboard of that. Damn it.
Come on, Adam.
I can't do anything else besides stand here and menace the undead menace, so I will undead dead. I will try and re-dead the undead and menace the menace, and end my turn.
Human soldier. This one has a crossbow. I'm gonna have him turn and fire upon the one that is assaulting his comrade, the one with the yellow shirt. This guy can attack twice. He is that powerful.
too powerful?
The first one definitely hits with a 15 plus 7 for 22. Next one to roll is one lower and still hits. Considering this zombie also going forward, they got a 10 AC if you want to just make sure that. I think the only way that you guys can miss is on a natty one, so it's not impossible. It's 5%. I've seen a lot of 5% trigger. I'm gonna go ahead and loose my crossbow bolt twice. Unfortunately, these are mundane arrows and bolts, so the zombie damage is going to be reduced. So instead of taking the entirety of this 14 damage, it's going to take 7 instead. That was the first guard. I'm going to pass it over to the next one. This one needs to reload his crossbow. And the human soldier here is going to face the one that just got shot twice. Gonna go ahead and roll twice with my spear, currently in... Nope, that's an at one, so... That's a 14 plus 7. That definitely hits with a 21. Gonna roll damage on my spear, which is currently being held in 2 hands, so I use the higher damage dice. Versatile stat. 9 points of piercing damage, reduced down to 5 due to the mundane nature. This creature is still kicking. Now it's the zombie's turn. I'm going to start with the one that's over here. They are going to assault the guard. 2 attacks. These ones are not buffed, but they can still do some decent damage. The first one definitely hits. And the second one was in the single digits, so unfortunately, or fortunately for the guard, doesn't hit. The damage on this one is standard. Plus, I need to roll the Constitution saving throw for the necrotic damage. The guard does succeed, so he takes half of this. All numbers accounted for, the guard gets hit a single time, and you can see him kind of buckle in his own boots as the necrotic damage seeps into his veins, causing him to take a total of that damage.
Still kicking.
He is alive. But not many people can sustain as many injuries as, say, you folk, so the clock is proverbially ticking as the turn count goes up. The second zombie that is relatively close to him is going to do the same thing. 1 miss, 2 miss, both adding up to single-digit numbers, and they're not buffed, so the guard is able to beat this one back with the haft of his spear, prodding it and poking it, keeping it at arm's length. No longer being able to reach him, the zombie is unsuccessful in both of its attacks. This one, however, is relatively close to the goo, and as it trudges forward, it gets very many steps within the goo, and as it comes up to Daedalus, it's going to be redoubled in effort and has major bonuses to attack rolls. Could still miss. You are in heavy armor, after all. The first one is a 4 plus 7. Don't even look at that. Next one is an 18 plus 7 for a total of 25 to hit.
Yep.
This one is going to require you to make a Constitution saving throw, so I'll give you the first bit of bludgeoning damage first, which is not going to be resisted, and you can potentially resist the necrotic damage that follows suit. Max rolled on a d8, so you take a total of 12 points of bludgeoning initially, and please make your Constitution saving throw.
Alright. Okay. 12.
Unfortunately, you did not succeed with a 12, so you do take the full
the
brunt.
buff one.
So how much damage total?
8 on this one, plus 4, so 12 bludgeoning, and 11 necrotic, brings it up to 23 points across the board.
Alright, so, okay.
And you feel a little sickly as the necrotic pulses through your veins, kind of like when you wake up with a hangover. The next zombie is immediately right in front of you, and seeing how you are being currently swarmed, the tactic for zombies is typically to swarm, so I'm going to attack the same target. This zombie is also buffed with a black goo and has 2 attacks. The first one to roll is an 11 plus 8, which is 19 to hit.
Nope.
The next one to roll is 19 plus 8 is 20. Yeah. Same sequence, so the first attack is bludgeoning, and then I'll give it to you all at the end after I figure out how much damage you take from necrotic. Please do the same Constitution saving throw.
Okay. $23.
That one succeeds, so you take half of this. So that is for that. And this one gets cut in half, so instead of taking that from Folting, 14 total from both the bludgeoning and the necrotic damage.
Alright.
Pass it over to my last zombie, the one that is a little dwarf guy. I'm gonna have him clamber on over, and this is the only spot available. He is going to hit Kalos. Potentially, that is.
I mean, he doesn't have to, Adam. You're just
He is
choosing.
compelled by gameplay mechanics. First one
Gameplay
is a-
mechanics and instinct. Killer instinct. He's hungry. That the zombie doesn't have a choice.
First one is a 2 on the dice, and no matter how many bonuses I give within reason of this level could add up to your armor class, so that's a miss. The next one is a 16 plus... hold on. Plus, this guy is not buffed yet. It's only those other 2 that are buffed, so this is only a plus that, so 16 plus 5 is 21
Yes.
of legal age to drink. So, let's go ahead and give this thing the bludgeoning first. I believe your armor gives you resistance to something.
It's fire, unless he's fired up.
No, he's not on fire.
Okay.
Emotionally, maybe. But go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for the necrotic half of this.
I also think you get Daedalus's bonus. So
You are directly next to Daedalus.
What's your bonus?
No, it's not saving throws.
This is a saving throw.
Oh, +3.
This is a saving throw, right?
It is a saving throw. You're saving from the
And
Croesus.
because you're
30.
being hit,
30, 20.
Alright, so you take half of this damage, so the bludgeoning comes out first. And then this gets halved. So that's going to be down from that to that. It's 12 down to 6. Plus this is 7, 13, plus...
Wait, is this bludgeoning damage non-magical?
Technically speaking... Oh, thank you. Not you.
You're welcome.
These zombies' damage is considered non-magical. If it's not buffed. And this guy
Half
is
of-
not buffed.
The bludgeoning damage is half too because of the resistance.
So, all in all, instead of taking the whole of this, so that would be... Okay, reduce that one by half, so it's gonna be... 10. 10.
Right.
Across everything. And I believe that's all the zombos. So let me go ahead and point out, this is the end of the second round, and by the end of the second round, you notice that more zombies are beginning to emerge from the water.
You Adam shouldn't have played dead.
I'm gonna use this ghoul model.
It's all because we played that one zombie game that I forgot the name of.
Left for
Dead Island 2.
Yeah. I will add them to the end so that they don't go immediately, because that would be kind of unfair if they just got to go immediately. Although some turn-based games do that shit. It's kind of not fun. But it's back to the player characters who are going to do things as soon as Varys is deciding who to shoot.
Okay. Yeah. Seeing the guards. Let me just double check. I should check. Yeah, I think I'm assuming this is within 90 feet, but I'm gonna double check anyway. 7 times 4. Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. All right. So bonus action. Keep using that hunter's mark from last session. I'm gonna equip it to the zombie on my left, the one in the dress. So
Zombini.
sure, cool. And I'm gonna let loose first attack on that particular zombie.
See if you can manage to not roll a natural 1.
So my bonus is, I believe, is plus 12.
There's literally
So
nothing you can
So
do
if I don't roll-
except
if
for
I
a
don't-
natural 1.
if I don't roll a 1, I don't miss. Okay.
Yeah, you have a 95% hit chance.
Okay. So on this zombie, let's see what happens. I should probably roll these separate, but all right. So this will be 17 damage on this zombie.
Alright, that triggers the Undead Fortitude. Let's see if I can do it in the first tap. This is the lowest the difficulty is going to be, because it's the first time triggering. Unfortunately, I rolled an 8. So, no need to actually double tap this thing, because it's dead on the first shot. You see the guard is being assaulted immediately, and as soon as you get a clear line of sight, as soon as the zombie's about to swipe down, you catch it in the upper shoulder blade, causing the upper half of its body to split as a result of the force going in opposite directions. The torso falls backwards while the legs fall forward.
Okay. I'm gonna, on the second attack, well, I'll bap over anyway, even though I think I'll bap over. I'll use the line tool just in case, make sure I think I have line of sight.
If you right click on your mini, you can see that there's a bunch of eyeballs that show up on other minis. If it has a mini, if there's an eyeball above the mini, it means you have line of sight.
Which
Well,
one? On my mini.
If you click on your own mini, yeah, it should. Well, maybe that's just a
Right-click.
DM thing. I don't know. But right now it sees that you have an eyeball above that zombie on my screen, so you're in the clear.
Okay, cool.
I think on the player side character, it might just make the thing completely invisible.
Okay, I'm gonna another attack. A hit. And I will roll damage real quick.
This one's heavily damaged already, so You're probably
14 damage on
Yep.
that.
Yeah, that'll do it. Undead Fortitude trigger. I rolled higher than I did last time, and this guy's not buffed, however, so unfortunately I was looking for a higher number than this, so once again, one tapped.
Alright.
I'm gonna remove them from the turn order.
I've got one more attack next to my thing, so I'm going to teleport over here. And I will attack Eeny, Meeny, Miny.
You.
Mole, and Curly.
I'm going to attack the one to Dauntless's left.
So the one that's standing in the goo.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Is the armor class thing still the same, or does he have a...
We'll see. These guys have not been... Well, they have been hit, but the range of attacks have not been enough that you need to worry about.
Okay,
It's not
so
that much
that
bigger.
is a 29 to hit.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Okay, cool.
You sure?
That is a 4, so 11 damage on that one.
First time this guy's been hit so far, but he is still damageable.
Alright, I think that is my bonus action. I could now... I'll hold my position for now. So we're gonna end it. Hand it
Bees!
over to Zen. Zen and the bees.
Most of the zombies around the bees are immediately have been dispatched, leaving only behind 3 over here, and then 1 or 2 that have crawled out onto the shore.
5. Oh, I just make it. Stay up 30 feet.
Yep.
And I guess since men are flying, so if we're not in the goo. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Know what? These bees will attack this buff zombie.
Amazing.
I do not think 14 hits the buff zombies.
Actually, it does.
Oh.
They get a +2 to the goo, so it's 12.
Okay, let's get this 4d4.
Is that because of poison, though?
No, it's a DC 10 poison, and I know they're immune from poison. This is from the stinging.
The stinging is 4d4? Jesus.
Yeah. Well, it's a swarm.
True.
9 damage.
Damage is damage, even if it's coming from a bee.
I know there's not even they're immune to poison,
They're
right?
completely immune to poison, yep. Their bloodstream is filled with black ichor, which takes priority over venom.
Now, Adam, I've been looking. I don't think I was ever told the activation word for the oids.
Oh, let me see. Activation word. Oh, you're correct. Well, let me give it to you right now. It is a term that is unfortunately not within your repertoire of languages, so it's technically in Draconic. To those of you who do speak Draconic, and I guess kind of maybe Dauntless can get some of the grammar of this thing, it is the equivalent of, in Draconic, get out of my sight.
I see.
But for the purpose of what you want to have written down,
Go fuck yourself.
no, that's the first Witcher book. Oh,
Is it actually?
that is spoilers for anyone who hasn't read The Last Wish.
That, out of context, doesn't make any fucking sense.
It doesn't.
It's fine.
But it would be the equivalent of saying in phonetics would be Vetros.
How do you spell that?
Vetros.
Petros. 1S?
Yes.
And then a 10-foot radius is 3x3, right?
I believe, and we can also use our nifty
2 squares, because 1 tile is 5, so...
It's about that big. Sorry, 10-foot radius. That is, yeah, 2 tiles. So if you can match that size.
Can you move it after you place it?
I believe you can if you take the center of it, not center. You do that again. Make your thing, and then I think if you... Shift click? Nope. Not Josh.
Hold on. Anyway, I'm gonna throw it here.
Okay.
Actually, hold on.
Get smoked.
Which zombies are you trying to hit? All.
Those two.
Okay. Gotcha.
So, if I'm just throwing it at a spot, Adam, is there any roll I have to take?
If you are throwing it yourself, you still do need to make an attack roll, as if you're like throwing something. Since you're technically not hitting a person, you're just throwing in an area. The rate is incredibly low, so you basically just need to roll 10 or higher.
Okay.
Does
Plus
this shove
dex.
them?
I will roll a 19.
So you aim true and you throw it after saying Ventros.
Ventros or Vetros?
Ventros.
So it's V-E-N. I would
V-E-N,
V-E-T.
V-E-N, yeah. And then the creatures in there must do the con saving throw.
Of 16. Oh yeah, but they're kind of high con.
They got a decent con, so that one failed. That one barely passed by exactly the same amount that was required. So the one
Okay.
closest to you failed, and the one farthest away succeeded. So let's have the damage.
No, let me do it on screen because it's 5d8.
And the one closest to you is deafened, but I'm not entirely sure if you care.
I don't know. Are you putting out dice again in this game? I forgot.
Spacebar.
Spacebar to bring up the dice tray, and then
and then
click
you can just click it repeatedly,
as many
right?
as you want. Yeah.
Ugh.
Alright, 21 on the one closest to you, and 11 on the one over there. This one hasn't taken damage yet, so he's at this much. This one is buffed, but he was on 1 HP. So, I'm going to do a check for Undead, Fortitude. DC is higher this time around, but unfortunately for you, I rolled a crazy high number. And it was well beyond what I need for this Undead Fortitude to succeed. But now the subsequent ones are going to be almost out of my entire wheelhouse. So, this one is deaf and damaged, this one is hanging on by his flesh, barely clinging to the muscle and bones, as the shockwave of thunderous damage causes him to almost turn into shredded chicken. You do need to retrieve the rattlers.
I know.
Unfortunately, they don't just...
Or pulled pork.
Alright, fine. Long pork.
Okay, so they're both still up, you said, right?
Actually, at this point, there would be long beef jerky.
1, 2... I still have my attack... Actually... 3, 4... Diagonals count for attacks, right?
Yes, within the 5-foot range, so you can hit either of them. You would only have backstab against the short one, though.
Okay.
Plus
And
pincer.
what was the backstab again? Advantage?
Advantage, as if you were in pincer. You're also in pincer, so it's
Okay.
doubly so. And this one's also deaf, just to add insult and injury.
Well, okay, so... This is with the axe, so the first roll is 25.
Yep.
Okay, man, where's my... 9 damage on him. The
Alright.
axe.
Incredibly low, but not enough to trigger Fortitude.
Okay. Flurry of blows.
Let loose.
My mute button is 0 on the numpad. First attack was a 20.
Alright, if you want to decide how you critically hit,
Iffy. I'll just double damage.
sure.
7. So that is 14 plus 21.
This is going to trigger Fortitude. I
Okay.
rolled a natural 1, so you immediately dispatch this one without Undead Fortitude triggering.
Okay. And then with my second Fury blow, I will attack the other dude.
Unfortunately, this one is going to be standard because you are not in backstab range, and technically do not have pincer either.
Okay.
You also could have used sneak attack on the other one if you
I
wanted.
know, I didn't. Does 14 hit them?
14 does hit these guys. The goo only gives them 2 AC.
Okay,
And
so
2 AC is a lot, but
standard attack, 5 plus.
you can sneak attack this one, but he's also
Okay,
just
I will.
fortituded, so you're just trying to whittle that down.
12 with the sneak attack. 17 damage.
That is enough to dispatch this one, and the fortitude is not high enough to trigger. This one is cut in half right before your eyes, Dauntless. As you see that, Zen
I
essentially just grenaded the area preemptively,
I
and then
think they were like 5 feet away, so I guess there was a sort of giant boom.
they did. Thankfully, it's not enough to be harmful to you guys, but it is still causing your ears to ring as the rattlers make that sound that the voids do, but like amplified by 10 times. So it just sounds like they're directly inside of your ear canal. But not enough to hurt
ran
you.
up and kidney punched 2 zombies to death after.
I cut them with the axe, excuse me.
So he grenaded the area preemptively and then dashed down some rocks. One of them he slashed in the back and it fell over right in front of Kalos. And then as soon as he needs to get in reach, he's like precariously perched on this little rock over here. So the other one he has to like lean forward and then plant the axe in the back of his head, causing him to slightly lose a little bit of balance. But he is a drunken master monk, and after all, so everything he does looks swaying, anyways.
Infinite
So
balance.
all right, so Zen
Murder hobo, go!
dispatched 2 more zombies. The 2 ones that have arrived on the shore have not come that close yet, but they are still enemy combatants. So as we pass it over to Kalos, Zen took care of all of your friends, and there's one that is climbing up onto the dock, and one that is technically out of your line of sight, I think.
How far did we actually get from the walls of the from the city?
It's a 20-minute travel time from what Laszlo had gone over to do.
Okay. I'm just going to. Kurios will still move. Pat, do you mind passing it along? Thank you. Kurios will still keep moving, so do your thing. One. There we go. Okay. And then over here, I'll come over, and as I come over, you see that where the diamond quartz is thickened, or what would you put it, layered on, starts glowing purple, and I'm not gonna activate branding smite. So, and then I'm gonna swing at this big guy.
Stepping in on someone else's territory with that smite.
Yeah, it's branding though. It's different.
Let's go, Brandon.
Brandon smite.
Brandon smite. And then I'm concentrating too, by the way. So I don't know if you wanna. I'll put myself on fire. But to hit, I got a 23 and a 27.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, very bad rolls. 2, 5, 8. 18 damage worth to this guy.
Alright, he is still relatively undamaged up until just now, and is not triggering his undead fortitude. All he did was get attacked by bees.
And then I shall end my turn.
Dauntless,
Okay.
there's a zombie up on you.
Yes, there is.
I was trying to remember the lyrics for Booty of Voodoo, but I lost it.
Can't believe they didn't play that song.
I probably lost the fucking rights to it or something.
Probably.
Alright. First attack.
You know what? That's the song I need to play for this fight.
15 hit.
Correct.
Okay. And I also heal off my Bangle Majigger. Okay, and I'm gonna burn one first level smite, so attack, smite, undead. Oh. All right. Do you need to know the lightning separate?
No.
Okay. $36.
Gee Wilkers. Let's see if the undead fortitude kicks in. It does.
Does 13 hit?
It does.
All right. Do you need me to roll damage for that?
No, because he's got 1 HP. This time around, I wasn't so lucky. I rolled a 2 on the dice plus bonuses is way below the needed number for undead fortitude sugar. I'm gonna have him fall down.
All right. With that, there's more corpses coming.
You can see at least one on the dock. I believe this one is out of line of sight for most people, actually, so you don't even know
Yeah, I
what's
don't
there.
see it.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was there until you.
Well, as soon as he
Said it
clambers
was,
ashore
yeah.
and he starts poking fun at you, calling you an Enwa.
Damn necromancers.
Actually, I'm gonna stand here. And then I end my turn.
Alright. I'm gonna do these human soldiers' turns as soon as I bleed the lizard, as it wants to say. People still
Hear
say that,
that?
right? Yep.
I got a P2, so I'm gonna
Oh,
do the same.
fuck. Oh, okay, that's what. Okay. Never heard that phrase before.
Hello?
Hey,
Why is it so quiet?
Alec and Adam had to go use the bathroom.
Oh. I couldn't hear because I was listening to Who Do You Voodoo.
Hey. Just double checking the line of sight. Actually, the guards don't have line of sight on this one or the other zombies, so I'm just gonna have them The one with the crossbow is going to prepare an attack with a reaction, and the other one is going to take the dodge action. This zombie is dead, leaving these two ones that have just crawled ashore. Also, is everyone back? I'm just talking to no one.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm back. What did the humans do?
One of them is preparing to shoot as soon as something comes into line of sight, and the other one took the dodge action. Because right now they don't have line of sight on either
And aren't
zombie.
you one of the humans in this game?
Human.
Human germ.
Oh, that's the wrong mini. Move the ghoul. This one has gone into line of sight of this guard here, so I'm gonna loose my prepared attack. Good hit, no crit, but definitely a hit. With a heavy crossbow, it deals
Yeah.
this much damage,
Okay.
but unfortunately is mundane damage, and gets resisted because of this zombie's capabilities. He's not buffed yet, so he only has this much HP to work with. And then the other one's gonna come up from behind this little shack, and now you all suddenly realize that it's not just one zombie. And you just sprint for both of these to get within range, meaning that they are very much unable to do anything this round. Varys, let's see what you're able to do.
Okay. Cool. Alright, there's only the two that we're aware of. Alright. Trusting my compatriots to deal with that one. I do have line of sight on this guy, right? Yeah, I do. Alright.
Oh, you can see him.
The guy by the guards.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna trust you guys to deal with the other guy, and I'm gonna use my bonus action to move Hunter's Mark one more time. And I'm gonna attack that ghoul. Is there a difference in its AC compared to the others, or?
It is not buffed yet.
Okay.
Oh, so it's just a different model.
Yeah, I didn't use... yeah,
Oh, so it's just for variety.
yeah,
not
it's just a
actually-
variety of zombies.
Okay, cool. Alright, attack number 1 is hits. Okay. You know what? Move this stuff over. So attack number 1 does... Sorry. 14 plus 7... 21 damage.
Big chunk.
And attack number 2 on the same zombie. 5 plus 17 to hit, so... Um... 2... 6... 8... 15 more damage on that guy.
Let's see how this undead fortitude triggers, because that guy doesn't have any buffed HP. Resulting in a 4 plus bonuses for con saving throw, this zombie is dispatched before he gets to do anything. They flip over funny.
Like a
Alright.
bug.
I am... Use my bonus. I have my movement, but I'm gonna hold my movement just so I can stay where I am. End turn.
I will now sick the bees on the other zombie. 3, 4, 5. Range.
She's nuts.
What?
He said bees nuts.
Oh.
Bee attack.
Yep.
1, 2, 7, 15 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like rolling a d4 4 times, so
You don't have more than one d4.
I do, but they're not all out.
Oh.
Anything more than 2, I use the
Or you
Tailspire.
will
It's
roll.
just-
15.
All right.
So yeah, bees do 13 damage.
It was just occurring to me that I think the bees potentially, if you're attacking a poison susceptible target, can out DPS Og.
Probably. Og had. I
The
can't even
poison
remember.
damage is only 1 though.
Oh, is it? Never mind. I thought it was like more.
Oh.
I'm
It's
trying to
not
remember,
like for
'cause
each
Og,
bee.
Og before I switched subclasses was getting monk shit, so it's like I'm trying to.
Hmm.
My bees don't level up with me.
Unfortunately, no. As much as I think it would be funny as hell to have bee monk subclass, I don't.
If
think
I was a
it's-
mage and I could just cast like fucking frost touch through the bees.
Hmm.
Well, in my mind, the bees do like they form into like the shapes
Fists.
of fists.
I mean,
It's
fun-
like mage hand, fist of the North Star.
Well, that's what I've always been looking, because like Adam described it as basically like find familiar, so that's how I've been like.
Yeah,
Maybe
it
not in
is.
character, maybe not in character, but like in game, like it's from gameplay. That's what I think of it as, just find familiar. So
Is there any bonus on this for being surrounded on 3 sides?
For being yeah, okay. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
you have advantage.
And I needed it.
Please clap.
Because, well, I know 27 hits. I roll a 16.
Mhm.
Axe time. Axe.
what are you trying to axe?
The ghoul.
Ask him a question. For those people who don't pronounce the K and ask.
I gotta axe you
Ask a
something.
question.
Okay, 8 damage on him.
Incredibly low, but not enough to trigger undead fortitude.
Then I'll just do my bonus attack. No
Keep
flurry.
swinging, friend. Of course, with advantage.
Bop, 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 bop.
I forgot to do I'll do sneak attack on
You can do sneak attack whenever you want.
17 hits. 1d8 is 10. Attack is okay, so 15 on that attack.
Alright, let's go ahead and see if I can survive with 1 HP. I've been getting a decent 50-50 almost on these. And indeed, I have succeeded on being able to hold on to dear life or unlife.
It for me.
That is the man with the axe. Sizz.
That's the man
Plural.
with the big axe. How many
He's got his
his new
butcher's
one.
dance. He's got the.
Oh yeah, I
the
got so many
splitter.
axes. Yes.
I think you started the campaign with a greatsword.
Great sword, yeah. I can't move yet. Pat, do you mind?
No, I ended it.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
That's buggy.
Uh,
Because I see it's Swift on my team, on my Switch, but
I can move in friendly spaces and then move out, right? Or no? Like, can I go through them?
you can go through allies, but you cannot end your turn inside the same tile as an ally or an enemy.
Unless it's the bees.
Unless it's the bees, of whom are very accommodating to other people's
Oh, are they?
sizes.
I'm just gonna pop over here then. Good
This
thing
is
you
the same
clarified.
spot.
Same spot as the bees, just swarming around me, and I'm gonna bop this guy.
Now, take in mind that is not a completely free climb up there, and
Oh yes.
you need to make an athletics check
Okay.
to clamber.
Let's see if this nerd can.
This nerd can't climb.
He never
12.
went to PE class. He always had
Skipped.
a doctor's note, forged by his mother.
12 to climb up.
Ha ha, nerd. You climbed up though.
Okay, cool.
It's only 12 AC or DC.
Well, I barely made it then. And then I'm gonna bop this guy.
All right, you have a pincer with your ally Zen on the opposite end.
Is that advantage, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just roll it up.
You know I had to do it to him.
Had to do it to him. So what's that? 24 because of bonuses?
I don't know
He's
what your bonus-
fortitude, right? So I don't even have to.
I need to see if I can survive this very, very capable individual's blow. Considering I rolled a
nerd.
huzzah, he did not. Dispatched.
Dead.
And that is the last visible enemy combatant on the field. I'm going to stop the music now.
I do kind of turn my eyes outward to, like, along the beach and out to the Sea of Embrace, because I'm looking for any sign of movement, just in case there's...
You have both the ability to perceive things, and you have a built-in spyglass, so you are probably the best person to do this perception check.
Alright, I'm going to roll this shit. I have... no, okay. 20... It's plus 8 now, so 26 total.
Gee willikers, that's a high number. And with your special eyes, you cast your vision over the horizon of the Sea of Embrace. Considering zombies literally just poured out from it, that'll probably be a safe assumption to see if you want to see any more of them. As you cast your vision beyond the boat out into the distant shores, you can see a black bit of goo that has been basically trailing behind Krios over here in the chest, that is beginning to, it does begin to like soak into the ground, but it has a very weird, defiant, almost floaty nature to it, in the sense where it kind of just rests on the surface and bubbles menacingly. Places where the chest has been, and in like that one place where Kalos did the identify, where he stood still for a minute and allowed it to pool around him, and then Dauntless was playing whack-a-mole.
I smash good.
You can see
Dotty
there's something
smash.
Not work anymore.
very, very disturbing. Although the water itself does distill most of the features, the water around the Sea of Embrace is very clear, for the most part, when it's not filled with, like, black
Corpses.
ichor. Especially because some of those corpses are coming onto land. Far off in the distance, at the very edges of your vision, you can see a couple of heads popping up above the surface of the water. The waters are eerily still, as if no waves or any kind of motion of the wind are causing them to move, as if they were like frozen in time by some unnatural force. The heads begin to pop up, almost like little... I almost said diglets, but I want to keep it away from Nintendo.
Bastards and all their billions of dollars.
Like worms when it's beginning to rain, they begin to emerge, one until eventually hundreds are peeking their little heads out from underneath. And I would say hundreds, I mean probably at least 100 or 200 heads begin to pop out from beneath the surface of the water. They begin to... This is still quite far away, but something seems to be, maybe, causing them to forcibly rise to the surface, as many of them shamble in such a way that they are definitely not swimming. I don't think zombies are the strongest swimmers. Probably just crawl along the surface, or the floor of the sea. And then hidden among this crowd of zombie heads that is now essentially almost walking on the surface of the water, aided by some magical force that causes the sea to not ripple as they cross, almost as if it is solid concrete. A certain particular individual stands out among all of these regular zombies. A creature of very undead nature. Everything about him just yells the N-word. Necromancy. It is a skeletal figure, bereft of all skin and flesh, bones held together by evil magics, dressed in a soaked robe that has been in the sea for so often that it has been completely bereft of all coloration except for a dark stained beigeish white. Upon his head, this skeletal figure wears a crown that is not resting on its brow, but rather hovers above him in a halo of dark magics. In his hand it carries a staff that is topped with a skull of some unknown creature, probably a funny monkey if you had to imagine, if you're a Kalos.
Funny monkey.
The creature also does not seem to even touch the surface of the now still water. Hovering gently above, you can see that its skeletal feet do not even coast along the top. A horrible black aura begins to emanate from all orifices. Its face its sleeves and that part where its robe almost touches the ground of the surface of the water, causing all the undead around it to almost go into a rabid frenzy. Their heads begin to twitch, their arms gnashing at empty air as if they are in a deep berserker-like trance, and then that mist begins to emanate in all directions around it, causing more of these zombies to enter this blood-craving frenzy.
Yeah.
Although their shamble is incredibly slow and menacing, you surmise that they will be touching the coast, probably at this very slow trundle in about half an hour.
All right, guys, we gotta.
Because you are seeing this through the spyglass.
Okay, we got problems, guys.
I'm gonna look at my
Bad
boy.
We killed them.
No, I point out to the sea. I don't know what they can see
Special
on
He
their
said
own.
this was like a couple miles out, so I think we just see like.
You guys will probably just see like little specks of little black, almost look like ants from back here. You know, sea ants.
Oh, that doesn't look
Alright.
good.
So we got two options. No offense to Laszlo, but like that camel can only go so fast. So we need to decide if we want to move this thing ourselves.
Well,
which-
maybe they want the thing.
That's what I'm saying. They're after this. So, Kalos, you what did you? How far did
Eval.
you get identifying?
I
Did
did,
you get-
the whole thing. It's basically a lich. How to
go.
become a lich 101. Dottie, would you mind doing your hand thing, please?
Oh, the camera just went apeshit on me there. Okay, let me get an appropriate square, and I give you 20 HP.
Ooh, that's good. That's very good. Thank you.
I'm getting a little low myself. I'm not hurt per se, but I'm kind of tired.
And then I'm just gonna do a level 1 cure wounds on myself as well. I want to make sure that I'm gonna be fine if we have to fight. Well, so we're probably gonna meet him halfway. Hopefully he's by the capital at this point.
The guards, did they show up on foot, or did they have like a carriage, something on their own that they came up with?
These guys were on foot patrol.
Okay,
Well, I'm very concerned. We seem to be leaving a snail trail with the box there.
that's my problem.
That's also the other issue.
You guys wouldn't happen to have a carriage within 10 minutes of here that can get here now, right? That we can throw this thing in the back and move it to some kind of temple?
Tell them about the impending doom.
One of the guards is still kind of clutching one hand around his collarbone. You can see that the necrotic damage that he took is still stinging like a motherfucker. We arrived here on foot.
Okay.
The nearest carriage is probably at least... Well, I'm not entirely sure where the nearest one is.
Do you guys work with
Ours, but we only have the one camel to pull it at the moment. So
do you
okay.
guys work with some sort of flare system that you can, like, if they see something up in the air, they know it's an emergency?
When it's this close to the city, no. There are lookouts along the ramparts, along the outermost edge. Why, what's wrong?
There's something bad out there. Something way worse than what we... Not only is it like more of these undead things, maybe like... I don't want to
And
say
more
triple
of them?
digits. I
Oh.
don't want to say triple digits, but I don't want to rule it out either. And there's also something worse. Something... I think it might... if it's not the owner of the book, it's something that desperately wants the book. So we have to... Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to fight that. Kalos,
What do you want me to do?
I need you to use your brain, your memory.
Use
when
your
you-
brain.
When
Brain
you
blast.
is there anything in that identified that indicated this thing was indestructible? This book.
No, but it is a very powerful artifact, so it is going to take a lot of oomph to destroy it, if that's what you're thinking.
I'm thinking the princess kind of... Is smite a word that we commonly use? I know that we use it in out of character, but is that an in-character word we've ever...
Well, it's up to your vocabulary. I'm not going to say it's out of the realm of possibility.
Okay.
Kind of like when people in fantasy settings say fire when they're supposed to be saying loose. When you shoot a bow, because the fire is coming from guns.
Better yet.
You
What?
I don't know what. I don't know if 100% this won't make things worse, but it's also an option to just smite this book, disintegrate it if we can.
I
And
mean,
just,
I tried smiting the trail. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
it
but
did.
exactly.
I don't know if it displaced it just due to physics, or if it displaced it due to me.
Well, here's the thing: you didn't attack the book at any point, so it's like that's the source of it. So the stuff, I have to assume it. We have to assume the ichor is going to persist as long as the book.
I'm just going to put this out there and say that it's probably going to take something along the lines of Laszlo, like
Who
the way
ran out.
he disintegrated that body.
He's not here though.
And if not, it's probably going to take something more powerful than, no offense, Dottie, what you're capable of. I mean, you could totally try,
Try.
but
It might be worth the. I don't know. Again,
but
I'm open to other ideas, but like that's. I don't know. Krios can only drag this thing so fast, and I don't know if we help him, he can move along faster. But I don't know if we even want to be touching this crate with the stuff leaking out.
All right, well, we might as well fucking try.
Hey, these are vegan?
What is vegan?
What?
Oh, there's gummy bears.
Oh.
Well, that's.
Oh.
I think that's a thing you could just slap on stuff that just doesn't have animal byproducts. Although gelatin.
Gelatin, it does have animal byproducts.
Yeah, that's
that's
true.
why.
Butter and jelly, technically vegan.
Dude, that's crazy. It's fucking shit. It's vegan. I'm such a good person now. I eat, I eat vegan gummy bears. Sorry, I was.
I had vegan mac and cheese yesterday, but I put sausage in it.
Oh, that must have been
Oh, you
really
didn't
bad.
have vegan mac and cheese.
Yeah, so you didn't have vegan.
Well, the mac and cheese itself was not. It's
Vegan
not
cheese is
bad.
fucking garbage.
It's not the worst thing I've ever had.
So
I
is
like
eating
it.
ass. So, anyways,
Well, no, I was gonna say the cheese aspect. It's like I like cheese, but cheese gives you a lot of phlegm, whereas like vegan cheese is like it doesn't because it's not fucking milk. So it's like it's nice in that aspect that it doesn't make you all fucking phlegmy.
So our options, I guess so. So we could try to destroy this book. Our only other option I can think of is a couple of us grab a hold of this thing and help Krios lug it as fast as we can. It's going to leave a trail of ichor in the back.
DM. I have a question. What if we pick up the book and then drop it on the panic button, activating the panic button?
We're not fucking.
Don't do that.
No,
Do not,
we're not.
we are
no.
not doing that. No.
Why? Why?
It would be secure in a safe.
Yes, but it also.
But then your husband is is going to be alerted that the safe has been used, and he's going to come open the safe, expecting us, and he's going to find this book leaking ichor, which will. Rutash is not.
They got a priest over there.
Rutash is not any sparser in the corpse department than.
Well, all right.
Sanctus
Currently on Rutash, we do have the issue of Dovey. We have the issue of the Masters. If we throw,
let's just all
Big
put
evil
all of
man.
our eggs in one basket.
Okay.
all in one continent, guys. Also, I look at Dottie and then I look at the guards.
Did you actually vocalize this, or are you?
No, I'm saying this to the DM. This is like, it would. I mean, technically, out of sight, out of mind.
No.
Well, the
If you
teleport
vocalize
takes
that in
creatures,
character.
it doesn't take objects. So you can't just
So
drop
we'd
it
have
in
to
alone.
send someone.
Yeah.
With it, yes.
All right, we take one of the zombies, we put it in its hands, and we drop the zombie's hand.
No,
onto the
okay,
panic button.
no. We're dealing with this continent's problems here, nowhere else. Dottie, stop
Look,
it.
I raise you guys three Stooges syndrome. That's all I'm saying, and then I will stop. All right. Anyway, back into character.
I'm not stupid enough to do that in character, but just think about it, guys.
It's worth thinking.
Are you gonna whack it or not?
All right. So we want me to hit the book.
Smite the book. Just
Smite the book.
Hit the books.
As
radiate.
powerful
You don't have
as you
any.
can.
Your other magic doesn't, unless you have some spell that you haven't told us about in the last bunch of months that you can try and sanctify it. I say,
All right. I walk over. I flip the lid up, and I'm gonna hit the book.
As you flip the thing up, the thing is so filled with goo that you can't even find the book. It's like, got a pan for gold now.
All right, I walk around to the other side and I just kind of push the chest over so the book falls out. I'm touching that with my bare hands. I'm not stupid.
Wow.
Yeah, just send the fucking guinea pig, right? Fuck you.
Well, no, I walk around behind the chest and I literally just kick it over in the hopes that the book flops out.
Well, let's see how strong you are, lady. Go ahead and make a strength check.
13.
Sorry, bucko, you're not as strong of a woman as you think you are.
Strong,
All
independent
right, so
woman.
you see me kick the chest. It does not flip over. I need to be able to see the book before I can hit the book. I take out the 10-foot pole and I just start like swinging through the goop to try and like flip it out.
Make an investigation check with disadvantage. You're bobbing for apples, but if the water has been replaced with black sludge.
10.
Sorry.
All right, I can't see the book. I can't hit the book.
Wonderful. Okay.
Okay, let's fucking just. Yeah, at this point, we just gotta drag it.
I mean, we have one camel.
This black sludge, what does it smell like?
Actually, we are not. We might be in luck actually, because we don't have to go that far. All right, can you guys throw it in the back of the wagon?
Yes, but then our wagon is going to be all gooed out.
Do you guys want me to just light it on fire?
No, because then you'll just burn the chest, if anything.
I can summon horses or camels or whatever. They won't last as long as say when Dauntless does it, but they'll last long enough for us to get it into the city somewhere where someone can deal with this.
All right.
Also, to the guards, I don't think you completed your sentence, or I think we interrupted before you got to say more. But I kind of just want to start shooting up flares. Do you think the wall would see it and know to something's happening, or no?
They would most likely notice it, but the context may or may not be lost on them. It's willing to try.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna stop popping up firebolts at them. Just constant, just.
Miniature one-man fireworks display as the rest of you bicker on about this box that's bound with black... Shit, I can't think of something that starts with a B. Alright, anyways. Where the hell is Dan?
Oh, I'm here.
Let's go ahead and see what's happening in your neck of the woods. 20 minutes away, back inside of the town of Anupolis. You have recently went into the Temple of Osiris, only to be told that you are not going to be achieving what you wanted to do here. The priest was essentially saying, I'm too busy. Go ask your mom. Now, it's unfortunate you can't just take any of the priests, as, according to what Kalos told you, a particularly strong priest is required. Presumably the head priest, but unfortunately he said no thanks. We're not interested.
Oh, we're okay, bud. We don't want your danger here.
Have you heard about our Lord and Savior? Get over to that thing at 20 minutes away. No solicitation, please.
Are we gonna drag the box or?
Well, we're doing.
We're Dan's session right now.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were going to say stuff. You're just waiting. Okay. I'd like to go to the Ra Temple, please.
The Ra Temple is not particularly far away, although it is an adjacent building that is basically inset into a weird border between the middle and upper class districts. It is probably the biggest temple here. As you can imagine, Ra is the head honcho of the pantheon for the most part, and has all sorts of iconography of not only the Ra himself, the Ra. But large sun-themed coloration, symbols, statuettes, and everyone around here who is an acolyte is dressed in very bright sunny colors. At this time of the day, there is a relatively average-sized crowd here. People who have been essentially finding their way to pray have done so, usually in the early parts of the morning. According to local customs, you usually want to do that when the sun rises for Ra, and then another time when it begins to set. There's also an optional noontime prayer as soon as the height of its zenith is achieved. The sun, that is.
I'll like put a camel somewhere, and I'll head inside.
Plenty of places to park a camel, although most camels kind of look the same, so try to remember which one is your license plate.
I'll use the radiant and glowing one. Yeah, I head inside. See what's going on there.
You go up the stairs. In the meantime, many of the people around here are not really taking attention to the people who are coming and going, too busy within their own prayers and different ceremonies that they are accustomed to. Incense is burned, and it lingers heavily in the air around here. It is, of course, not anything particularly intimate, but is used for a general public's neutrality sense to keep things smoky in here.
Can I look in my mirror and try to like tidy myself up a little bit?
You may certainly do so.
Pat out any of the like flames, singe marks and such. Yeah, I'll do that, and then I'll look for the head priest.
Vanity does take some time away from your initial search. You add on to another about 2 to 3 minutes of just doing your hair. In any case, by the time you finish up, you are presentable as much as possible with just running your fingers through your hair and not having a proper bath to, do your thing in. In either case, you don't have the vacuum that Kalos likes to use, so everything that is possible within your contained person. Finding a priest around here is not particularly hard, but finding the head priest is another story. Many people around here do have a distinctive circlet that is essentially the Eye of Ra, that is their symbol of authority, and all of them have different types of hair, from bald, balding, shaved completely, and others with long hair. None of these things depict any particular status, it's just they allow their acolytes and worshippers to hold whatever hairstyle they please.
I'll try and find a priest then. If you said they're available, I'll find a priest and ask them.
Easily enough to find. You can find one who is currently sweeping a corner and tossing some loose dirt into a dustpan before bringing it to a receptacle. You catch him midway through, and he is more than happy to answer any of your questions. He looks relatively young and is doing some menial chores that are, well, required to keep everything nice and tidy, are not grandeur ceremonies, and he's literally just sweeping up dust and sand.
Sure.
Sweep, sweep.
Hi, hello. Is there a schedule on for today in
A
terms
schedule? Oh.
Yeah.
What exactly are you looking for?
Well, I'm looking for the head priest I need to talk to them, but I don't want to necessarily get in the way of any.
Did you have a business with him already set up?
No. I don't really know too many of the precautions and stuff here for that.
Alright, well, we usually have every other hour is a sermon,
Sure.
and especially at noontime, we have most of our ceremonies around then. Everything closes up around 6 p.m., and although people can still come and go at their leisure, there's not any ceremonies held after that time. Temple's
Okay.
open 24/7, 28 days a month.
Good. Okay. Yeah, I just need to speak to them about something that's occurred just outside of the north gate. Requires.
You're not a family member, are you?
No, no.
Alright.
It's just a group of my friends were departing northward and saw a group of Loxodon pirates barge their ship into the docks with a raiding party. A few injuries.
It seems like something that a guard's supposed to take care of, not a priest, man.
Initially, yeah, but there was a book of necromancy on this vessel, and it was tampered with, and black ichor has sort of started coming out of it. And
Oh, so you need a priest to bail you out.
essentially, yeah, I've cut
I
into
see.
it.
Well, I'll
I
tell you
want to
what, your
just
story
be
sounds mighty interesting. I'm gonna go
sure.
fetch someone to talk to. You wait
Okay.
right here. You can hold my dustpan.
Sure. Okay.
You wait
Alright.
around and look like a very awkward individual just holding a dustpan out in the middle of a hallway. People come and go as you please. They kind of make eye
I
contact
try.
and
I
just
try to
nod.
dust. I dust to make it look natural.
You don't even have the pan. You just have the pan receptacle, so you just
he
have
didn't run off with the pan, did he?
Oh,
And,
he
like,
gave,
little
he
kid
gave you the
just-
dustpan, but he still had the broom.
Well, I'm gonna just put it down somewhere then. Just
Some little kid throws crumbs at you to sweep it up.
Sweep that,
Clean
sweep
it
that
up,
up.
Give it up,
Jenny.
poor boy.
There's that fucking Impractical Jokers thing, and he smashes the mug on the ground. Like, who's gonna clean that up? The janitor. Okay. Alright. So, you wait around in the hallway while people pass by. You're not entirely sure if you're supposed to be standing, sitting, or you put the dustpan down. The one responsibility handed to you, you literally put it on the floor. In any case, sometime later, the individual to whom you were speaking to comes back with their pan, well, their broom, and sees that you put the thing on the floor. Immediately, goes to pick it up, and then addresses you to the individual that you fetched with him. This individual is dressed in a similar fashion and coloration. However, his circlet is decorated by a series of other symbols that denote some sort of higher status. Kind of looks like a rising sun behind the Eye of Ra, and his somber, almost emotionless expression seems to denote someone of high tranquility and peace of mind. His arms are folded in front of him, tucked inside of his sleeves so that you cannot see his hands. He walks forward, almost still as a statue, with the only thing moving are his legs to cause him to move forward. Without even so much as giving out a word, this younger-looking priest addresses... This is, I guess you were calling him the head priest, but this is, we refer to him as the Sun Father. As, he has taken a vow of silence, and he is willing to listen, and I will try to interpret.
okay. Well, thank you for taking the time for this. Do you want me to just reiterate what I told you, or have you sort of done that already?
I gave him a small amount of information, only skimping on the details that were not exactly relevant.
Okay.
Like the pirates. I don't think he's
Cool.
going to be fighting pirates.
Sure. Yeah, in their ship that crashed in, there was a chest, and it had a evil book inside it. I'm just asking to see if you are possibly available to help aid in resolving this situation. The book emits the black ichor and just seemed generally bad and had necromancy all about it. To further help explain the situation, I'm magically gifted. I could possibly scry on the location where this has occurred, just so you can get eyes on what's actually going on, just to see if you can gauge how bad it is. Because I left about 20 minutes ago, so I don't know if it's bad or good. Probably not good. I was sent here by them to go get help. So
The younger-looking priest looks over towards the Sun Father, who has barely made any kind of facial expressions, but has turned his body oriented towards, as if he was going to speak with you. His head turns ever so slightly, just enough that he can kind of see the side of his head. Looking at the younger priest, he begins to nod his head in affirmation, as if he just received an entire text message's worth of information from a slight head nod. He begins to rub his chin, and then contemplate by looking up at the ceiling and scratching his chin. The Sun Father is willing to help under a particular kind of circumstance.
Okay.
According to what you've said, and what he's telling me is that whatever you've done is quite a mighty big sin, to say the least.
Sure.
And, typically speaking, a slap on the wrist would be not sufficient.
Mhm.
And if you want him to do this thing for you of helping, I'm not entirely sure what kind of help that he would be giving.
There's something needed to be dispelled, so I think whatever was not occurring and is now occurring is because that's been broken, and a priest seems a good counter to something necromancy related.
In either case, according to what he's been alluding to,
Mm-hmm.
you might be seeing some community service in the future.
Understood. Yeah, I take full responsibility. Yeah.
All right. He looks over at the Sunfather, who barely makes any motions, but you can almost see like a twitch of his brow. All right, that's the deal then. He'll discuss the meanings of your community service, and depending on how bad it is, maybe
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
Well, we'll see how bad it is when we get there, but might need to enlist some of your friendos. Some of these things are not going to be exactly free, especially
yeah.
whatever he's using to cache the material components of resealing this great evil, as you say.
Sure.
I need to go and get some of the components for the Sunfather. You two, you can converse while I go get that.
Sure. I'll scry and show you this thing while we wait, just so you can get a real good look.
I'd advise against that in the temple.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
As
Yeah.
Casters don't just get to do whatever the fuck they want. Pardon
Sure.
my rude language.
That's a
We've
sin,
had-
right there.
Yeah, no, it's not necessarily a sin, but just someone tried to steal the donations box, and they had a wand, and they were just
Oh,
casting willy-nilly. All right, so
Well, I won't do nothing. I'll wait with the priest.
it's a very awkward silence, as the individual who has taken a vow of silence does not verbalize any kind of communications, and kind of just stares.
Is you just looking at my head?
No, he doesn't just stare forward. He does address other people as they walk by with small head gestures, whose motions are so discernibly finite that you'd probably have to take a still image of him and then a still image afterwards, and you'd be like, I can't tell the difference between these.
Mm-hmm.
In the awkward silence, eventually the younger priest comes back with a little bundle of leather bindings that are wrapped around a parchment that has been squared and rounded into a little bundle. It has a very, very sweet aroma to it, and even has a little bit of these weird silver rings around the leather bindings. They almost jangle as he approaches, and he hands the whole package to the Sunfather. With everything in mind, the Sunfather takes his bundle and folds it into a little backpack shape that is slung over his left shoulder. He then addresses you in the most subtle way possible of just looking you dead in the face and begins walking out of the front entrance.
Cool.
The other priest stays
follow
behind.
me. I should say.
His footsteps are incredibly light, but he moves with a quickened pace, almost as if he's like walking on one of those things at the airport with the traveling sidewalk.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's almost as if his pace of movement doesn't match the speed. So
Is
he
he able
almost...
to keep pace with me and the camel?
He is currently walking with you, and as soon as you mount the camel, he decides to grab one of the other ones that is parked nearby. It is a very well-dressed camel. It has a orangish and gold-colored drape along its hump, and in the little saddle portion that the priest sits in, it is decorated with all sorts of incense that are dangling on the side. While not lit, they still have a decently strong smell to them, kind of just like an air freshener in a car, but for a camel.
Okay.
He looks up to the sky. You can see him visibly mouth a prayer of some kind, alongside a appropriate hand gesture that denotes that he is giving thanks and praise to the one above, giving him this sunlight that he's bathed in today. Almost as if by cue, after his prayers finished, the Sunfather is bathed in a holy light that almost looks like a series of luminescent bulbs have gone alit underneath his robes, causing him to act as a small beacon. Considering the time of day, though, it's not really that intense, and he kind of just gives off that thing that the vampires in Twilight do when they're in the
I've
sun.
never seen Twilight.
They sparkle, as opposed to engulf in
Adam outed
flames.
himself as watching the Twilight.
I've only seen the funny clips of that.
Uh-huh.
Also, you know
I
what?
see.
You're just a hater, because you're clearly on... what are the guys' name again? One of them is
I don't know, mate.
Edward.
I'm just saying, I saw the trailer for the first Twilight, and it looked like it seemed like a parody
It's like so
of
many
like
layers
itself.
removed. I saw
Like,
a trailer through a window across the road without
I'm
any
just
sound.
saying that was them trying to sell the movie to me, and it felt like all the clips that like you put in a like a Funny or Die
More like a
sketch,
sizzler
making
reel.
fun, like an SNL sketch.
Honestly, the fact
Mhm.
that Dan hasn't seen even the trailers for this thing tells me that you have not had a television.
You live under a rock.
Hmm.
I live on an island actually. So.
It's surrounded by mist.
There are rocks on
Yeah,
every.
the mist was
There are rocks on
blocking
that
the-
island, Dan. I'm just saying.
And they have cable television. Anyways, so you're now gonna go ahead and lead the Sun Father priest to your destination, while the rest of the party has taken up the chest and are now going to haul it really far away from the shore with a single camel.
All right. 3 questions, 2 for the DM. One is kind of the third one I'll probably, well, first 2 questions. One, are we like the path we were using to move the cart? Was that sand or was that like a something paved?
That
with
was
like,
a paved road. It essentially is the main way to and from and around the Sea of Embrace, and connects to all the different settlements along the edge. Alongside that, it does eventually lead into Annapolis.
Okay. Second, relative to where we are, what is the closest temple? Do we?
Closest one would be the Temple of Sobek. That one is directly on the water,
Okay.
like 50-50.
Hmm.
Did
Did we visit that temple? Because like I'm also trying to like not bring this thing near any graveyards, like so I don't like.
You did go to the
these-
Temple of Sobek at one time or another. This is where you saw the mural that has Osiris weaving in the how his connection to Sobek on the fertile land that is brought about by the crocodilian god is then fertilized by the humans who make the agriculture, and that's his business, and they kind of interlace with each other, so they're kind of good terms in that regard. Everything is all used to make a nice loaf of bread, which is essentially what the mural was.
Okay.
But if you guys are going to be hauling it back, let's go ahead and see the time dilation here. So it takes 20 minutes from your current position to get back to the front gates of the city. Laszlo is already ahead of you guys by a decent amount, but in terms of time dilation, because fucking hell, combat is only 6 seconds per, and then you guys broke that in about 4 rounds. That's only 24 seconds, so it's a negligible amount. So Laszlo would have gotten there way ahead of you guys, and by the time that you decided to start moving back along the road towards the city of Annapolis, Laszlo would have probably gone through the temple that he needed to, been told no, and then respectively yes, but at a cost. And then by the time you guys, if you were to able to theoretically get to a halfway point, it would probably be like 30 minutes to 35 minutes after this whole shit started. And that's at a camel pace. So with you guys
I asked about
having
the
this-
roads because I could summon horses and like they're slightly faster than a camel. That's basically what I was asking.
Oh,
And they last,
Do you
yeah.
think it's wise bringing the chest into the city?
No, but like if we don't have any communication, like we don't have any indication that we should stay where we are, that you're on your way, we have to like, I don't know, unless like the group decides.
And plus, just in case if the army of the dead get too close enough, hopefully the guards on the wall can, help us out. Because we don't. Most of us don't have AOE attacks.
Is that a vote to stay or is that a vote to
I vote go.
get the fuck out?
well, we live in a democracy here, so which one of you people wants to stay?
Well, I think it's also a matter of keeping this out of the hands of the skeletons, so I think we're kind of forced to get out.
Alright, if we're all in agreement, and not splitting the party to have one person stay behind and...
Well, here's the compromise. I think in character, I think we can make, if this is, we could head in the direction that Laszlo took the camel in and kind of We saw him leave, right? It's not a big mystery which way he was going, right?
He said,
I was
"I'm
told
going
by
to
to."
go to
Daedalus to go to the
the
city on the
churches.
camel, so that's what I did.
I forget. Did you take my camel or like?
You summoned your spirit camel and told me
Oh,
go to the
okay.
city and get priests.
So
So
I
that's
can just
exactly
psychic.
what I did.
Well,
Yeah.
no, because I can. As long as you're within 1,000 feet, I could just psychically tell the camel where to go. So
You're
we could
definitely not within 1,000 feet.
Are
No,
you
I
sure
know,
it's
but
1,000 feet, or are you sure is it?
There's a. I
it,
forget
like,
if it's
on the
1 mile
plane?
or 1,000. Hold on. Let me check.
Check your spells. See what it
Either
says.
1,000 feet or 1 mile. One
It's with
mile.
1 mile. Yeah.
Are we within 1 mile of the city?
Well, generally speaking, if you take the time for travel, by default, you can travel 3 miles in 1 hour. Half an hour would be, of course, split that, or if you're doing 20 minutes, that's divided by 3, since there's 20 minutes, and there's 3 of those in an hour. So, you would be at least 1 mile out, because that's 3 miles per 1 hour. So if you're 20 minutes out, that's exactly a mile.
All right,
That's a
we should
standard
just-
pace.
All right, I can let Elk know where to go. So I think instead of bringing this to the city, let's keep bringing it out into the desert.
No, because the desert is towards the sea, closer to the lich or whatever the hell it is. So no, we don't want to take it in that
All right,
direction.
it doesn't have to be the desert. You're just away from the city.
Well, everything away from the city is out to the sea because like this
Would I be able to convey messages to the elk, and
But we can
is it
communicate
able to interpret?
telepathically.
It's only in order to communicate in that way with the summoner.
Within a mile. Yeah. No, like would I be? It's not going to understand what I'm saying.
It's not going to understand you. No, it only understands the summoner.
Okay. Well, I'm not in the loop of that, so I would be taking the priest to the place where I last was. So.
Oh, I can ping.
There will be a
the
crossover
elk.
point when you get in range. There's that.
I feel like if anywhere we would go to the Osiris temple first, just because that's where I think did you say you were going there or did you?
I didn't say anywhere. I
Didn't
just said
say?
I'm going
Alright.
to get priests.
That's
Well,
also
it's
the
all
op. We also have an in with the princess, so that might be where we would go first if we did agree to let's go. Let's move closer to the city.
All right, if he's headed away from the city towards us, and we're headed towards the city in his path, we're gonna meet.
We're gonna meet halfway.
So
That was we should meet them halfway. Yes.
Logistical things
and
out of the
I
way. Anything
mentally
else?
just do convey this to my elk. Like, hey, this is what we're doing.
Hey, Elk, how you doing? Feeling good?
Lancelot treating you okay?
I just want to see something real quick. All right. Let me just check something real quick. Where is spells? How long does this? It lasts an hour. I know that range. What are the? Oh,
What are you trying to look for?
I'm trying to look for the challenge ratings and how many of each I can summon if need be. So, see. All right, there's that. Strength 18, speed 60. Strength, speed 60.
You're trying to do some sort of mount?
Well, I'm trying to decide. Yeah, I'm trying to decide
They
which
need to be
horse.
one size class larger than the thing that they are attempting to carry. So they have to be a
Pretty big
large
chest,
creature.
right?
Oh yeah, they're horses. So yeah, I'm basically deciding between just regular horses and
Or cool horses.
or like
Horse with a hat.
This wiki site calls them war horses. They have the same speed, but they're a little stronger. So I don't think strength factors in, but to that part of it. But
For riding purposes, no. They could be sickly and dying, but as long as they're a size class larger and have a movement speed. So if they're crippled, they can't.
okay. So in the event that we need them, I'm gonna summon, and riding horses are 1/4 or challenge CR 1/4. So I can summon 1/4 is I can summon 8 horses if need be. So I'm just gonna summon. Yep, exactly. I'm gonna summon the full amount of horses that I can. That way we have riding horses. Should for anyone try to use them, even though we don't have any saddles or mounts and stuff like that. Like they all show up. Basically.
Bareback is not comfortable for most people, and then as soon as you summon the horses, you see as soon as they dip their legs into the sand, they sink, probably about 5 inches. Hooves are a relatively narrow, wide range compared to the flat-footed large toes of a camel. Distributing their weight across a larger medium causes them to not sink so deep. Horses...
Wait, so were we on the sand, or because if we were on the sand, I would have just summoned the camels because I summoned the horses because you said we were on a paved road. So like,
well, the paved road is different, but if you're summoning them on sand, that's what camels look like. You're not on the thing yet. You're still...
Well, I would have summoned them by the carriage, and where did we leave the carriage? Because that would have decided whether I summoned horses or camels.
Well, you dismounted the camels from the thingamajig so that you could have Laszlo take one back to the city, so you'd be on the road.
Okay, so if we're on so if we're on a road that wouldn't be an issue, I would summon the horses because they're faster. But, yeah, if we were on the sand, I would have summoned the camels. Though, so.
With those creatures taken care of, and the travel time of the priest and Laszlo, eventually you guys will probably meet somewhere about 5 to 10 minutes away from the gate. If you are attempting to meet halfway, considering there is no communication between each other, although there is a single road that leads out here, so that would have been the easiest way for everyone to meet up. So, about a 10-minute jaunt away from the city gate is where you would meet the priest. He is a very glowing figure to the rest of you and is on top of a very fancy camel. Meanwhile, there's just Laszlo.
My camel's fancy.
Just Laszlo. You know, regular old Laz.
He's padded up. He's got his bangle on it. He's got some cool. He's got his bling, his magical bling that may or may not make
see
him.
This guy every day.
May or may not make him.
Doesn't diminish the quality.
Visual quality is a subjective thing.
Hey, by the way, DM, I would have kept firing off my firebolt as we traveled along, just so I can, signal flare. Unless the guards tell me to stop. And I'll be like, okay, I'll stop.
I mean, to be fair, if you guys saw someone just going in the street with a gun, shooting it straight in the air, are you going to tell them to stop?
Well, I also murdered a whole bunch of zombies, so, maybe.
He's trustworthy, he's fine.
He's trustworthy.
Well, are they coming back down? Fine.
And then after I see the priest and everything, okay, I'll stop now. Alright, cool.
I'll aim it at him.
So, sometime later, you meet up with this head priest, the Sunfather, whose first name you have not gotten yet because he literally doesn't tell you.
I've got a lapel that says it.
He dismounts and begins to stride forward. As you guys have this evil-looking chest, he is almost giving the ever so slightest amount of emotional reaction. His eye slightly widens.
Evil, he says with his eyes.
Oh, hey, Laz.
Hello.
There was... yeah.
You turn around and you do realize you have left a breadcrumb trail of little black dots, some larger than others, as the goo trail is not easily contained.
Oh, fuck.
Yep, we know this was a possibility, boys.
This is
The priest
Well, I've
begins
done
to
my part, so-
unbundle his little thingamajig that he got from the other guy. It is covered in all sorts of leather bindings, silver rings, and smells as if it is a bundle of really dank incense. Generally speaking, as soon as he opens it, he begins to murmur, or at least mouth, the words of some sort of prayer. No audible actual noise comes from his mouth. Vow of silence and all that. The rest of you see this guy is slightly hunched over on the road and has essentially taken his little bundle out into a picnic blanket and has set it on the ground. Moving all tools, components, and material stuffs into very key locations, he begins to trace out, using a fistful of salt, allowing it to sprinkle between his fingers, and uses it to trace a very holy-looking symbol onto his little placemat. Using the rest of his salt, he begins to fill in the details of this magical circle. All the while, he is mouthing words and using his free hand to place very, very holy-looking objects in little quadrants along this magical circle. This is a long process for whatever he's trying to do, and in the meantime, you notice that Varys, with his incredibly cool magical item with a spyglass attached to it, if you'd like to, make a perception check. If you would like to remain ignorant as to the position of the undead army, you can forego this.
Yeah, I would be looking over my the whole time.
Go ahead and make a
More than
perception
usual.
check.
More than
Who's
usual.
honking out there? Was that the undead's army?
Hey, we're
A little
on
lower
Saturday.
than last time. 15 total.
A little bit of sweat is dripping from your brow, causing you to be kind of flustered when you're looking out for this thing. You sweep your vision with the monocle of enhanced sight across the horizon, down towards the water. You can see now that you have gotten a decent distance, but line of sight around here is relatively wide. There is little to no vegetation to break line of sight, and you are in fact technically going upwards in terms of elevation, so you're essentially looking down towards the water. At this longer end of this line of sight, you can see that the shack and boathouse that you guys were having the first bout of combat with, the Loxodons and the zombies afterwards, has essentially been trampled. The structure of the entire pier and the building itself, with the sheer weight of hundreds and dozens, but then you don't really want to go down in the scale.
108 dozens.
Hundreds of
Well, dozens of hundreds.
sure. There's at least 5. But the sheer weight of all these undead collapsing onto these wooden platforms is not enough for them to remain standing, and they have clambered on top of everything, leaving behind trails of not only seawater, but weird barnacle-like protrusions. They are not regular barnacles, the ones that cling to the bottom of a ship. They are almost demonically evil in nature. The mouths of the barnacles that are the ones that face outwards, not the one that clings to a particular surface, almost looks like they are covered in razor-edged teeth, like a lamprey, and almost kind of like a puckering suction cup on an octopus begin to like close and shut in dilation so that they might retrieve things that get too close to their mouths,
Trying
I
to
guess.
kiss me. Get away.
I turned to Laszlo.
Hello.
Not to paint everything as dire, but we are on a timetable at this particular moment in time. Things are a little worse than when you left. Tiny bit.
Okay.
Tiny bit.
Kind of. Right.
Should we warn the guards on the wall? Hey
Yes.
guards, you wanna go tell your guards what's happening?
You tell your people. You do you.
I don't suppose just destroying this book is an option. Like, I don't want to like tell the priest how to do his job, but like, I
He's
feel
not
like
going to be
maybe
able to respond. He's taking a vow of silence. So.
okay, but like I'll take whatever spell he came prepared to do, but like destroying this thing would be the better option, I think, if
Well,
it's without at all possible.
I've said what I've said to them, and they're doing stuff. So didn't want them to do a certain thing. That was a bit too late. So
Whatever. Thought I'd vocalize that.
cool.
Do the guards start moving to warn their people? Or are they just dumbfounded on the information that Ferris gave us?
Well, you guys are about 10 minutes away from the actual wall,
Oh,
because
shit.
that's where you guys met up in the halfway point, so
Take my camel. I
any
say to all the
guards that you guys are
guards,
talking about are just like the two guys that were
take
here
I
my
turned to
already.
the guards. Look,
Take my camel.
I turned to the guards like, hey, I love what you. We're not gonna be able to do much, but like if you guys want to keep going up the path wherever you gotta go, and warn someone, do it. If we're gonna stay here, protect the priest if he needs it, and by extension, we'll hold off anything that happens to come down this specific path. So yeah, we'll do that, and if you can just organize some kind of defense just in case things take a turn for the worse.
Without really arguing, because they don't have much ground to stand on in regards of being able to do something, they nod in almost complete unison and begin hauling ass towards the town, almost dropping some of their equipment, like the bolts on the crossbows falling out of their satchel. The two guards sprint headlong along the road.
Oh, I
and
said you could
begin-
take the camel. Go even quicker.
Well, it's a one-man camel, so one of them is gonna have to fucking
Well, there's a
walk.
horse. There's horses as well, right?
Yeah, there are.
Well, yeah, I'd do
There's
that.
8 horses with
yeah.
there are 8 horses with no mounts. So
That's gonna give me saddle sore. My butt's gonna hurt.
Well, you'll be more than sad.
I don't
sore if
actually.
there's nothing.
Actually, I'm not 100% sure if
Well, take
the-
the spectral camel because that's that. For
the
one of them at least.
casting time, the casting range on the camels is 60 feet. I don't know
Okay.
if there's a range that they need to be within me though.
Well, they've both been told the information, so as long as one of them gets there, and then the other one will be out of breath when they arrive, at least one of them will be there quicker, and then they can get a response quicker. So one of the guys is less hurt. Take the
Maybe we leave the guy who got bitten here.
take the camel that is spectral
then-
that was given to me to use from Dauntless, and then they use that so they don't have to sprint. Already
I
into
nod
it.
to Elk. Excuse you.
Served. Owned. Got him.
Hmm?
You got the name of the animal wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like a camel, so I don't want to explain the semantics to a group of guards. They're like, it's actually an elk.
His
He
name
named
is
him Elk.
actually
I ain't got
Elk.
time for that. So
He's actually a fey spirit, but the princess
Ooh,
thinks
actually
he's an elk.
twin-souled. I was like, okay.
He
fine.
thinks he's an elk. She thinks it's an elk. So
Ugh.
don't ask us. We, you know how the royalty gets around here. We can't argue with her.
Look, just go to the wall.
And then Dauntless gives the whole Black Gate speech.
I don't like the Lord of the Rings.
Frodel. See, I didn't say the name of the person for safety's sake.
For Friddle. There you go.
For Frangle. For Frank.
Gee, Pam and Master Friggle. I don't know.
Master Friggle.
Well, the only thing you got to worry about is the H word. We just can't use the H word, and that's the only thing that like they'll
Master Friggle, the halfling. Okay.
exactly. It's a halfling. It's not the other H word because
Hobo.
I think the halfling is actually more generalized for all fantasy, but then the
even
other
called
one,
Yeah,
someone
the-
they said someone a
the-
halfling in that.
you
thing.
can't use the other H. Well,
they're taking the halflings to.
yeah,
Taking the
halfling is the
halfling's
generic
jobs.
term, and then hobbit is.
You said it!
And-
Oh no!
And-
Cancel!
Fucking-
Cancel!
And
Well,
the
no,
Lord
he
of the
only-
Rings
He
estate
only
just
said it
comes
with
after
one
the
B.
stream.
You can't sue. He only said it with one B.
He actually said
Canceled.
hobnob, the biscuit.
Hobo.
Cancelled.
He actually said hobo, and yeah.
If you say homo, you're double cancelled.
Jesus, Dan.
Sorry, I canceled the
Am I
stream.
wrong?
My bad. I'm sorry. I swear. Sometimes
Well, this
I'm
was
so nervous
America.
because of all the zombies. I'm just so nervous.
I just don't want to say hobbit accidentally. Ah!
The H word. Then we gotta worry about the H word and the N word.
God damn it.
Goddamn
God forbid there's a hobbit necromancer.
Wow.
Wow.
Time to make this skeleton the biggest hairy-footed little motherfucker.
He's got hairy legs.
He's the first undead that has hairy legs, and hairy feet.
It's a wig on his legs.
He's got little weird shoes.
So you send the guards off, one significantly faster than another one, and they do outpace each other eventually. And the Sun Father is doing his ritual. Judging by how long this ritual is taking, it's probably going to be at least 10 minutes. All the meanwhile, Varys is just looking over at the impending army of undead, and in those brief moments, almost like a reverse Where's Waldo, it's very easy to spot the skeletal necromancer among the sea of regular zombies, because he's literally floating above them, and he has a cool skull staff. And they are significantly faster now that they're not having to trudge through the water. And by significantly faster, I just mean they're able to use their regular move speed, because they're still zombies and they're kind of slow. So, they have overwhelmed everything down by the dock. The ship itself, well, they didn't care about the ship, they're just coming ashore because they want that box. And are beginning to mobilize in a huge mass that almost spans to the horizons of your immediate left and right. Although most of them have congregated around their dark master, the one with the cool skull staff.
How many people die out in that sea? I'm just saying, guys. Oh man.
Well.
I am.
How
Well, I mean,
how
anytime
far are
a
they?
ship sinks, there's like 12 people at least. Anyways, so they are quite some distance away, although you're not entirely sure if you want to try to measure that. They're probably at least, in distance-wise, like a minimum of 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna prep
Oh,
firebolt
Jesus.
if they get into range.
Firebolt?
You'd be holding
Yeah,
that
I
for
don't
a
have
while.
any
like-
The
firebolt.
single target one for the... Alright, sure.
You might want to hold off on that, princess, and just give it until they're like within range.
Yeah.
That only
I
has
gotta hold
100.
this little
That
snub
has
gun
120
Hold.
120 feet. Hold.
No,
Just
I realized I said hold.
yes, but you
You'll be holding
okay.
for a while.
You'll be holding it for a while. It'll be like holding a fart for a while. You'll just be
You can't do that for that long.
exactly.
You'll see what Varys is is like. He's checking his bow. He's going through his quiver, seeing if there's any like.
Alright, so
The
there's
myriad
at
of
least
trickery.
500 zombies. I have about...
Well, technically, I have infinite arrows because of the bow we got. From that.
What's
It's
the
just I can only
plan?
shoot one at a time.
What's the plan?
The plan is that guy to finish his ritual, seal that thing up, and
Yep.
see what happens. Because if
We might want to start immediately running after he's done with
that thing
ritual.
doesn't if these things don't like dissipate or retreat when that thing is gone, then we're gonna have to deal with that. That's gonna be on us.
Cool. All right.
I don't have. Okay.
But right now,
I
he's
don't have enough bullets.
the priest. Right now,
Foolish of you to rely
right
on
now, the
bullets.
priest is priority. We have to make sure he finishes his side of it,
Okay.
and he doesn't get overrun. So we're the first line of defense for now, and
Okay.
I am going to be mending Krios, by the way, DM. So eventually he'll get topped off.
Is there a limit on how much mending you can give this guy, or is it just infinite healing for
Well,
Kratos?
it's a cantrip, so it's infinite. But it also doesn't say.
Healing your defender.
on.
Is that an iron defender? Is that what I called?
It's just
Defender,
if
5e.
the mending spell is cast on it, it regains 2d6 hit points. If it dies within the last hour, smithing tools as an action to revive it. No, it doesn't have anything. At the end of the long rest, you can create
There's
a
no one on
new
the
steel
forums.
defenders if you. Oh,
Well,
look at that! I can create a new version every long rest.
but it's not the same, dude.
I
It's
know.
not- you can't. He's gone. He's gone.
But
it
yeah,
seems
I'll
like
just
a
top
different
him
thing, yeah.
off. Yeah.
Well, as you do the repair sequence, the sheer number of things, you're probably going to need a bigger defender if you want to fight against this
yeah.
number of Zambos.
hey, priesty. Hey, priest. How long do you
Distract
need?
him. Don't
Let's
distract
not,
him.
let's
They
not-
don't speak as well.
Oh fuck! But isn't his help? Isn't the other? Isn't there two
Mm,
priests with you?
no.
Is it just the one?
Just me and this priest. Yeah, don't speak to him.
Oh
Just
god.
let him do his thing.
Okay.
Don't fuck me or my priest ever again.
Because we're in a different location now, though, is Tailspire relevant? The terrain's completely different if we're not near the water. Would we be able to set up a formation of the group, like positions and such? So it's
Well, there's sand.
Krios
Okay,
would
don't
be
worry.
really close to the priest, 5 feet with him, just in case if he needs to be shielded by his force field.
As you
The
guys
guards
are
did
wi-
not. The guards took the camel, right? Not the horses.
They took
They took the spectral camel
spectral
that Odalus
camel.
has. Yes.
So
How long do your horses last?
they last an hour, but I'm thinking of just dismissing them now, just because it's like I don't see them being practical.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we? I have some rope. We can tie. We can tie the handles, and
Well,
as
I'll
soon
leave.
as the
I'll,
priest
you know
is
what?
done,
I'll leave the horses for now, but I might dismiss them if this does resort to combat, because they're not going to be much good against zombies.
oh, how about okay? How about we tie off the hand? Last session you said that they had handles, right? The chest.
Yeah.
It had handles. Okay. What we can do is tie off the handles and then tie it off the two horses and then have them sprint off as we sprint off. Or do we want to keep it?
That
within
might
sight
be
of us?
that might be what the priest uses to contain it, though.
Yeah.
So I'd leave it. A good option though, if it's not the case. Give me a slap on the butt and then make him run.
Exactly. Like as soon as he's done, just slap him in the ass and then
See what he does
Slap the
first.
priest.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Breaks his vow of silence. Like fuck.
Motherfucker! What the?
Oh,
fuck?
Here's the
He
thing:
just
if
gets,
sealing this thing up,
speeding, like-
if the sealing this thing up doesn't help, then bringing it into the city is not going to resolve anything. At that point, I wouldn't even prioritize moving the box. I'd say we have to kill the whatever.
Yes, but he's
The
also
what?
No.
surrounded
The
by.
what?
I know, I
Kill the
know,
what,
but
dude?
Mm.
Oh, we would have caught you up like as the priest is doing his stuff. It's like, oh yeah, it has a
Oh, Varys
necromancer.
just said like the thing. I was like, what thing? What got worse? What got...
technically, I'm also like speaking in character. 'Cause, like Adam said necromancer, but I don't want to use the word because I just saw a skeleton with a
fancy hat. Yeah, yeah.
hat, so I don't want to outright use.
There's a really.
I don't
really
want to use that
well-dressed-
N word, not only because
Oh god. Oh, there's a
I
really
would be making assumptions too. I don't want to assume the
I don't wanna
class.
assume his
I don't want to
proficiencies.
assume.
God.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Whoa! Did you just say his?
Yeah, all of the skeletons go, whoa.
Whoa, buddy! See, this is why we're gonna
Uncalled for.
kill humanity.
And
It
one
was
just
his book.
just starts reading. You said he. Re.
Yeah, is there any other prep that we want to do as a group, like individually? Like, so you're holding a
Uh,
firebolt for like 10 hours. Varys is. What you
I would have picked up the oil.
Well, I'm concentrating on the horses.
I
Still,
would have
in
gone
the
and
event we
picked the
need them.
oids up.
That is an AoE.
He's got them oids.
But you only got one left. Make sure it's a
I
good
have
cluster.
I don't have any areas of attack, gentlemen.
I'm single target DPS, guys.
No, with Varys here.
I've got. All right.
Best thing I could probably do is pick that thing up and as soon as he's done, fly it to the. I don't know.
I wouldn't bring it in the sea.
Like drop it back in the sea or something. I don't know.
No. That's like someone with diarrhea running in a swimming pool, Henry. That's not going to end well. Like,
That image. That image.
well, that image should be a deterrent. Don't.
It's not wrong.
Makes it way worse.
You also see at some point, Kalos is engulfed with some purple energy.
Nothing out of the ordinary. You're
Nothing out of the ordinary.
fucking purple man.
You guys have seen it with his spell
All right.
revealing ring.
Thinking. All right. Alternative. That thing seals and those things don't.
bargain with them. Yes.
No bargaining.
Hey guys,
Dude, chill.
Okay.
Calm
We sealed up the chest. It doesn't work. We can't fight it. We can't fight it. I'm not super.
Are you just gonna
Like-
say we give them the book?
No,
I don't think that's
absolutely
a good idea.
not. We leave it in the wagon. We sprint in the opposite direction. We get out of here.
Yes, but opposite direction of where?
We leave the city. I know we head for whatever land bridge crosses the Sea of Embrace, and yeah, we're running. There is a very solid chance we're gonna have to clash with them on the way, but we might have to just get it out of the city. That's the other alternative, besides heading to the skeleton guy, and killing him directly. That is our other alternative. Get this thing far away and.
So, see, my train of thought with going towards the city would be that they hopefully might have some more firepower than we have, so maybe they can help out.
I hope so, because
whittle
those
down
guys. I was watching those guards.
the army.
Their weapons weren't even effective against like the zombies that didn't touch the ichor. So it's like,
Zombies touched ichor. Okay.
when the zombies touch that black stuff, they.
Oh, you got a whole trail of it. Oh, I looked on the.
I know.
Well,
I know. That's why we're.
Oof.
Well,
Oof.
it was either stay over there and get swallowed by the army, or
Also, I'm on the wiki for the beasts in 5e, and Felicia Day is apparently selling Rocket
A
Mortgage
beast.
now.
Selling what?
Rocket Mortgage.
Uh,
I've not seen her in anything in a very
Rocket
long
what?
time. Rocket Mortgage.
It's just a mortgage service.
I've not.
Oh. Times are tough.
well, you know D&D players can afford that. So, with the priest currently doing some sort of long casting timed ritual, and you mull over your potential options, and Varys, as you do one of your occasional look backs, you can see that there is a single little speck that has risen very high above the rest of them. It is not one of the regular zombies, but nor is it the necromancer himself. Almost looks like a little imp thing. Imagine like a little monkey flying bat thing from the Wizard of Oz, but now you kill it and make it into a necrotic servant. There's a flying creature that is broken away from the rest of the undead army and is flying in your guys' general direction. Presumably, it is coming after the chest, because it has the prize.
We don't have good experience. Last imp we dealt with tried to kill Laszlo, right?
Could have been. He was my son. Is this my son?
Oh, that's right. You used the magic thing. It wasn't from the
Oh, my
Sphinx.
son! Why?
He's back.
why would you revive
My
me of
boy!
my son?
Don't
Father, you have abandoned me!
Well, you kind of left. You better get more.
Father, I have
LJ, what are you doing? Stop! I'm it's
Oh no!
me,
Didn't we
Dad.
fucking just turn and
Peter,
like
stop,
beat the
it's
fuck
me.
out of him?
Well, yeah, Dauntless disintegrated it, but like
Testing.
it was dead.
Check,
Oh.
check,
So
check,
now
check,
it would be
check.
ash.
Dauntless
He's
is-
pissed.
Princess is about to become imp food. Uh-oh.
Hello? Testing.
Well, they won't eat their father, so I'm fine.
Oh, as that
Hello,
thing gets
hello.
closer,
Is
it's
it
gonna be
fast? Is it a
fireball thing.
fast flying thing?
Yeah, no, I have my bow drawn. I'm not letting that thing.
Testing.
Yeah,
testing.
I also have my flare gun out just in case when it comes close to. Pew
Oh,
shoot.
yeah. So is everyone gonna shoot it as soon as it gets?
The creature flies with almost lazy wings. It drops very, very quickly and then flaps once and regains its altitude. Almost like it's like going up and down, like it's a drunken pilot of some kind. Or maybe that's just because his wings are full of holes and it's hard to get a good gust of wind when it's, literally full of holes. It begins to lower in elevation until eventually it's basically like, the rest of you without the spyglass that's built into Varys' thing can have it in a bit finer detail. It, for the most part, does have a almost simian-like skull.
Funny monkey.
The rest of its wings are like bat wings. They are black and webbed with all sorts of dark, sickly-looking skin flaps that are held between the little finger digits. It is not clothed, but doesn't really have any highly detailed genitalia that I need to describe, so we're gonna leave that out. Keep it PG. 13, I guess. It begins to emanate a very low groan, as if someone like with a stomach ache is going like, ooh, oh.
Should not have had that
Return the
double corona. My
slab.
tummy hurts. Owie.
And eventually it tones from that low groan into almost like a chittering sound, like a monkey when it's being threatened. It begins to like clack its teeth together and goes.
Funny monkey.
It was the funny monkey. It's his chest.
He was number one.
I heard Andrew's reference of that earlier, and that was very appropriate.
It flies relatively close in proximity, and you can suddenly hear it go from this ugly chittering sound to almost kind of like someone using prestidigitation, or sorry, not prestidigitation, thaumaturgy to amplify their voice. Although they're not using it to amplify the chittering sound. That would be kind of funny, though.
When it gets within 120 feet, things toast.
Blast them.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, fuck that thing.
It begins to hover in the air, and using its very crude wings to keep it just at a particular elevation. Almost like someone going onto a loudspeaker. We know that you can hear us. The box. We want everything. Hand it over, and you may yet join the army of undead.
Are they saying we give them the box and join them, or we give them the box and they leave us alone?
I reiterate Zen's question. That doesn't sound like a very good deal.
Well,
do we get weekends?
This deal is getting worse all the time.
how long has it been since the priestess started doing his thing?
Probably about like 5 to 7 minutes.
You know what I just realized?
What?
What if the funny monkeys were running from these people?
You mean the elephant people?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
see, that was my train of thought as well, but then I also remembered that they just stabbed the shit out of those fishermen. So, like, I don't think so.
No,
You
if I'm
never
running
stab
through a
big
crowd,
people
I'm
when
not
you're
gonna-
afraid.
Yeah, but
You don't ask for help by stabbing the first civilian you see.
Please.
please
Unless
help me.
It's like unless
stab.
he's trying to get attention. Like, this is how I get an audience. I'll get arrested, and then
Damn, I can ask for help.
And then they also had the time between us getting to them and hitting them to be like, "Hey guys, we're actually running away from an undead army here. Don't try to kill us. We're sorry that we murdered these fishermen," but they never did.
they didn't understand our plight. We thought they were zombies.
There's a plane landing in Adam's house.
You will forfeit the box and its contents, or be washed away in the tide of death, consumed by the flesh-eaters, joining us one way or another. This is your only warning. Leave the box.
Yeah, I'm gonna start tying the rope on the horses by their necks with the rope, getting
I
ready.
would wait to see what the priest does.
The priest succeeds, then at least
Yeah,
the
don't
black
go.
acre will be
The thing I
stemmed.
need is not a horse. Like,
We can throw it in the back. We can throw it in the wagon and take it wherever we decide to take it.
Oh right, we got a wagon. I forgot. Sorry.
maybe attach the horses to the wagon.
I'm gonna start doing that.
Two of them should be attached to the wagon already. At least one. Of them.
already.
Yeah, two of them should be attached already.
By the way, to clarify, are these actual horses or camels?
Well,
They were horses.
You
They were
have
horses.
both.
Well, all right.
we
do
have
wanna-
one regular
camel and
camel.
one horse.
I don't know if we want to lose our wagon by sticking it out into the.
Well,
middle of
no,
nowhere.
my version of heading that way out of the city is us going with it. We
Oh, okay.
can't.
I thought you meant just like slap the horse on the ass and like have them just run off. with it.
You just slap a car in the
Um,
ass, and then it just goes. Like, ain't no Tesla.
I also just want to bring up the thing of he said an army, and I think we should go towards the wall now, towards the capital, because yeah, I don't think we can take on an army, boys,
No, we can't.
and unless that
But if we can lead it away from a city of people, then that might be, kind of good.
The creature with the funny wings and the monkey-like face begins to turn around and flies back towards the horde of zombies.
Well then.
With its message delivered, it seems that it's done its job, and whatever it's gonna do next, you're not entirely sure. As the creature goes away, you can see that the priest is beginning the final steps of his incantation. The last little bits of salt are drizzled onto the magical circle, and he begins to pound with his fist onto the sand itself to create little tremors. Miniature and highly localized to the area where he's touching, causes the sand and salt on his magical circle to begin to take on odd shapes and forms, to the point where they almost become elevated from his magical circle and begin to hover in the air. These salt symbols begin to spin around each other, almost like a Ferris wheel, until eventually he lets out one last glance up to the heavens, specifically at the sun. He begins to stare at it directly, unblinking. Probably not good for his eyes, but he's a sun priest, so he's
Like
probably
Billy.
used to it.
Billy, no, I looked at the sun for 10 seconds.
He begins to stare at the sun until eventually his eyes begin to glow bright, with some sort of magical energy, and not so much his retinas burning. His eyes then shut closed, and he places both palms onto the sand, and a bright circle, not of sand or salt, but of just magical hues, begins to emanate in a large radius around him. Some of you are inside of this, but I don't presume, or you don't presume that it's necessarily a thing to protect you guys, but it's probably something raw and magic related. His hands come together so that they are clasped palm to palm. Between each of his digits, you can see a little spark of magical holy energy, almost as if he is like holding a static charge made of holy magic within his touch. He then looks over and begins to search for the box, which honestly is really easy to find. It's leaking. He places both of his hands onto the lid of the chest and begins to mouth more words of incantations. His hands glow an incandescent light that is almost blinding to most people, and you quickly turn your head away, lest you be consumed by its light. Or you can stare at it yourself. In that case, make a Constitution saving throw.
My eyes are on the zombies.
Okay. If no one wants to stare directly into the
Can I
flashbang,
try and blind a zombie by angling my mirror
Not a
down the
blinder.
road? Like, fucking beam a zombie.
actually, I'll take the flashbang to the face.
okay. Well, there's not much
I
to
don't
gain
want
from
that.
this, but
I'm
go ahead,
not gonna
go ahead and
look.
stare. Make a con save.
Uh,
Fucking-
That's great.
I can't see now. Ow. Like,
28.
ooh.
It's it could be a funny joke if you got blinded, I guess. But every bit of your instinct basically yells to like, hey, fucking cut that out. And your
Stupid.
body's better knowledge or judgment of not staring directly into this blinding light causes you to turn away, even if you really, really want to stare at it. It's like trying to, shit your pants. Your body's dick's like, stop, just stop.
I'm gonna
Don't do
it,
that,
buddy.
No, don't do it.
He's resisting.
In a brief moment, those of you who are looking away see, like, from your peripheral vision, a bright light emanating from the priest's hands, and eventually begins to fade until eventually its illumination is ceased. Taking a moment to just reassess, like, is he done? Can I look now? Eventually you see the Sunfather begins to step away, and he takes little fistfuls of salt and begins to almost, like, walk backwards with it, flicking with his fingertips speckles of salt towards the actual thing that he just presumably blessed and resealed, until eventually he comes back to you guys. The little salt trail is indiscernible because it just mixed with the sand, so now there's just a little indiscernible amount of extra salt in that one portion of sand. Whatever holy magics and rituals that he done, it looks like he has completed his job. You look specifically over to the chest, of which is now surrounded by a holy aura. A bright, very bright light that is still mildly unpleasant to look at for long periods of time, begins to fade until eventually, almost like a sponge soaking up all the water, this chest is now soaking up all of the holy magics, and is now resealed. No black ichor begins to pour from it, and the ones that are already dripped out and are on the sand begin to fade to some extent. It is not a complete instantaneous process, kind of like, just slowly soaking along and dissipating as if it's evaporating on the hot sands. He looks at the rest of you and kind of just looks specifically at Laszlo, to whom now you realize, you just said that you're gonna do some community service for this guy.
I'll do it. Yeah.
Wait, what? You got to do what?
I gotta do community service to help with this situation.
Okay. We'll discuss that in a
Well, because
moment.
it was me that.
No, I know.
opened it, so,
I'm not mad. I'm just.
Okay, yeah.
We have more pressing things than your...
Priest, Tor, what are we doing? What are you doing? What are we doing? And he doesn't speak, so I'm just like, guys, what are we doing?
I turn my eye back to the horde. Are they still approaching, undeterred?
You can see into your spyglass once more, although they have advanced enough that you could reasonably see it with your naked eye at this
that looks
point
kind of
too.
close. Oh, fuck!
Shit, that's close.
Here,
This
yeah, turn
giant
the lens
zombie
around.
thing. Oh.
Oh, now they look farther away. I should look at things this way more often.
They look really small, guys. It's okay.
Oh no!
They're like the size of ants. So you look over towards the horizon, and you can see now that you can discern most of this horde with just the naked eye. So the rest of you can now see this as well, unless you're not looking at all.
I don't suppose they're just dropping to their knees and disintegrating.
Unfortunately, no. They are shambling forwards. However, the key figure, this skeleton mage guy, has taken, rather than being amongst the horde and creating a little circle around him of undead, he has now taken the vanguard position, which is for the layman the front. He has now reconfigured the shape of his undead army into that of a series of columns, where there are 3 columns. All of them contain undead, of course, and he sits in the middle one, at the very forefront of it, allowing 2 little rows of emptiness to be in between each column. Changing these zombies into formation is no small feat, you'd imagine, and it means that he has very, very good control over his army, and not just have him shamble forward. At some point, you hope that they would just keel over and die. Unfortunately, they begin to head on forward. You can see now that even though the pace of the zombies is slower, the skeleton mage creature has not allowed them to keep pace with him, and is now vigorously flying at almost full pace, as if he is the equivalent of sprinting, but in the air, because he's flying.
Okay.
Yay.
Yay towards the wall, or nay towards away from the
no.
wall.
Is he going? He's sprinting way ahead of them, leaving them in the dust, right? That's what we're watching.
He's Naruto sprinting.
In the air.
Pretty much.
somehow.
He is in the air, quite some high distance away. Almost to the point where if you want to see him in its entirety, you have to look up and have the sun immediately at his back, so he's like solar flaring you.
I don't suppose you can hit him, can you, Varys?
You haven't got like ridiculous
Right.
range.
If within 600
Compared
feet,
to everyone else, like.
yeah, I've got 600 feet if I want to hit him at disadvantage, but yeah. Okay.
As the
Like
creature flies, a ominous black cloud begins to apparate above his head. It is starting out small, but much like storm clouds, eventually grow out into a large enough portion that it blots out and creates this little shade circle directly underneath him. The shade circle can be used to essentially track his progress if you don't want to stare directly up at the sun. So those of you who are smart enough to not do that, you can just kind of watch the shade cloud. Eventually becomes large enough that you're not entirely sure if it's because the cloud is big or it's because it's getting closer to the surface. But either way, at some point you can hear a deep, almost heaviness to the air around you guys. Like it suddenly started raining and the amount of moisture and humidity in the air has spiked significantly. It almost feels like a couple degrees cooler as well. But considering the context, it's not a comfortable kind of cool. Relative to the desert heat. Let me find a good voice modulator that is not impossible to understand.
Ooh, I'm really cold, he says.
Testing.
Could you spare a blanket?
Oh, just
Is there
really
perhaps a
cold.
blankie for me in that chest you just sealed up?
Oh, man,
I'll
there
check
was not-
myself.
There was nothing in there, actually.
I don't know. I won't want to be bothered. Just let me have the chest. I'll
Easy.
look.
Hello.
As long, I'll just take the blanket. If there's anything else in there, I'll
Shut
leave
up,
it.
son. Fuck off.
Hello.
Do do do
Testing.
do do do.
My friend killed you once, he'll do it again.
Well, I mean, I guess just whenever he gets in range, we would hit him.
Testing. Hello.
But,
I don't like this
so
one.
much else we could do.
Checking.
So kill funny monkey and
Test.
then the
Test.
and then the
Hello.
leader.
And then the army. Always wanted an impassable task. Let's go, boys.
Hello.
Desperate enough. He's coming. It sounded like he.
Pretty passable. You can do it.
Well, if it's just him, we can.
Impossible.
We can maybe fight. Maybe we can fight him if he's like. It sounds like.
Say impassable.
Well, no, the description.
Impossible.
The description Adam gave made it sound like, oh, he's desperate. He's just flying ahead and he's gonna deal with this himself. So.
Testing. One.
Dad, come here. No.
Hello.
Check. For a reason, you see.
You would have to get smokes in there.
Exactly.
Testing. 1,
You want to know
2,
the
3,
truth is,
4.
Jimmy? He drowned himself. He'd rather drown himself than
I already
continue
had
living in this city and being your dad. He just said, nope, I'm done. I'm jumping.
Oh.
Hello. Testing.
I always had smokes.
Smokes
Testing.
weren't good enough, though. They weren't enough.
Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check.
Alright, so to confirm, the book is sealed. Skeleton guy is flying at us. His army is slowed down. Where is the box, just so we know?
In front of the priest. Should we start loading it up?
Yeah, throw it in the wagon.
Alright, I'll help.
Why, hello down there. I see that you are trying to vacate with my prize. Do us all a favor and leave it where you are. And skedaddle. I'll pick it up. Don't worry. You don't need to lift another finger. And tell that friend of yours who cast his sealing magic on it, nice try. That can only hold for so long.
I thought he was going to say Bucko. I've waited for Bucko.
I was
Waiting
for the
for
buck.
Bucko! Ah! Priest implodes.
Nice try, bucko.
I turned to the silent priest. I don't suppose there'd be any objection if we had, assuming we had the capability, there'd be any objection to just flat out destroying that book.
He looks
Well,
at you with a stern face and kind of just shakes his head.
Okay. How much magic you got in the tank? I don't know if we want to start with that, or I turned to. I'm saying this to Laszlo. I don't know if we want to
Mhm.
start with that, or
Well, but it's in the chest, and the chest is closed, so
okay, fair enough.
that's not an option.
Okay.
Use
Okay.
your eye and look down the road to see if there's any guards coming. That might be useful. Been a little bit.
Okay. So our options. Well, sealing it didn't help. I don't think he wants the book. He's not directly tied to it. All right. The point is,
Getting
our,
a
Just
our,
give
our
me the
options
book,
are
I guess.
stand our ground and fight, or destroy that thing, and then probably still have to stand our ground and fight because.
I don't think we can destroy the thing. It's in the chest now, so.
Okay.
And it's got
Okay. So
So that's not an option.
not destroying it. What are our options? Clearly,
Well,
we're not gonna give it to this
So if our option
person.
destroying it is not an option, then killing that guy is our
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
our
let's do that.
that's our option. I turn to the priest. We appreciate the help. I don't know if what agreement my friend made, but we maybe discuss that after. If you want to get clear, I don't know if you want to take that with you or what, but like we might have to stay here and try to deal with this.
Whatever it is you're bickering about down there, I don't care about your petty mortal affairs. If anything, do something useful and transport me the chest. Then you can be on your way to die as you are wont to, or you can die here. I'm giving you the choice of when to die. Isn't that grand? Most people don't get that option.
All right. Who Zen's nearest to me? I'm deciding.
Okay.
Zen, hold my box.
Hold your what?
Hold the box.
What box?
I'm helping to hoist the thing into the cart.
Give it to
Don't
Krios.
give this
Krios.
old man this
Yes,
big ass
I
Krios.
dump it-
Just give
All
it
right,
to
all right.
Krios.
I dump it on whoever is the first person who is within arm's distance.
Well, you determine.
Three of your 5 party members have negative strength modifiers. Just to throw that out there.
This is for comedic effect, so it's fine.
Oh, okay.
We need that right now.
Yes, exactly.
You got to undercut the scene.
While I do that, whoever's nearest, D4 time.
What are you D4ing right now?
Just declaring rolls.
I dumped the chest on you, Kalos.
I'm already helping you lift it up, dumbass.
Oh, then that's even easier. I just dropped my hand. No.
Oh my god,
I don't.
What are you doing?
What's happening?
Put it in
I don't
the
know.
box.
What is
Put it in the back
happening?
of the wagon.
Krios, can you?
Krios just shoulder checks you and takes the other half, and we lift it up to the fucking wagon.
I use thaumaturgy on myself and just start shouting back at the floating fucking dickhead skeleton guy.
Exactly that.
It's a monkey.
Hey you fucking skeleton
Go
dickhead
fuck
guy.
yourself!
Oh.
Oh,
God damn it, Johnny.
what the fuck?
We all wanted to say it though. Come on.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
I have
but
the capacity to.
I will take that as woeful defiance in the face of uncertain doom. You know, most mortals either shit their pants and cower in fear, or they find their resolve and then they die. You mortal things don't even know what you're carrying, or the capacity of what it can do, so why don't we just do this the fun way?
It's a very evil book, and it's staying in the box.
You say that as if I don't know what's in that box. Why do you think I want it so badly?
Because he's not all powerful, is he? I don't have thaumaturgy, so that's not.
Look, I don't care why you want it. It's gonna. I stop. I'm literally handcuffing, in character, because I think just for effect again. We're gonna bring it out into the desert and bury it.
no. What?
Oh my
Please
god, you're
do.
fucking
Please.
cog loose. Cog loose. No, I don't want
I'll
what's
give some
going
of
on.
my minions something to do while they trudge it up from the sands. Especially if that is your best defense against us. By all means, I always love to see what my armies can do.
armies.
Really?
Well, we
Priest
can't
has
put-
taken up a slightly more active stance. He's no longer folded his hands so neatly in front of him, and he has packed up all of his things onto his person and slung it over his shoulder. Considering what is going on here, and whatever that thing in the air is boasting about, he looks at it, then you, and then begins to use one of his fingers to point back at the city. Not entirely sure what he wants to do, but he begins making strides.
He pointed at us and then back to the city, or he looked at us and then pointed back to the city?
The latter.
I look at Laszlo. Does that mean
I
we
don't speak.
follow?
I don't speak this
Yeah,
guy.
let's follow him. If he's got a plan.
Yeah, okay. Varys, I suggest you go in the back just in case you need to pop off.
Yeah, sure.
You begin loading onto the wagon itself, no longer leaking with the black fluid. It's nice and clean back there, with the exception of just, guys didn't wipe your feet, I guess. As soon as the priest sees that you're all mantling up, he attempts to hitch a ride. Do any of you prevent him from...
Fuck you, Priest.
Oh,
Get out of here.
sorry, buddy. No.
I got community
is
service, alright? I'll
agnostic.
see you later.
No, not at all.
This is the fucking GTA hijacking a car thing,
Yeah.
but,
It's a hooker. I'll drive this puppy. I'll get him.
Alright, me and Laszlo, I'll go shotgun with you.
You guys take the wagon and do a U-turn so that you're facing the city once more. You thought you were going to be leaving today, but it turns out you're not. We're going to go ahead and also take our break there because we're at about 3.5. Let's check the time. It's 1:34 EST. So why don't we say 50 minute? Not minutes from now. 50 the time. 1:50.
Actually, I'm gonna start cooking lunch now. May as well. Woke up early for a reason.
User joined your channel.
Hey, Alec, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright, my food's going to take a little longer than I thought, so I'm just going to be in here with the speaker on and muted. So, yeah. If you could let everyone know, I'd appreciate it. But I am here for all intents and purposes.
Cool.
Uh-oh. Behind Eyes Mobile.
He is here. He is listening. He's listening so far.
Dan is enraged.
Don't speak. He'll hear us.
Just the echo that comes from using the phone speaker, it's enough to throw Dan into a frenzy.
I don't get angry, it's just like, oh jeez.
Adam's about to lose his shit. A very important key part of
But in
Dauntless'
case you
backstory is going to happen right now, and he's not here for it.
No, he's here. That's he's listening. He's in
Yeah,
the
well,
kitchen.
he can't respond, or else we all get annoyed. So technically, he's not.
Last I checked, he's not taking a vow of silence.
We can interpret his silence though. That's
Well, he can speak, it's just we can't respond, because then it echoes. And last time I checked, conversations are usually two-way. You seen Donkey's video on Red Bull? Hey, no one watching Donkey? Donkey
I don't watch him.
enjoyer? What do you watch?
Porn.
So-
Nothing but porn. Yep.
Oh. Count me surprised.
Okilly dokilly. Everyone is here to some capacity. Now, let's jump back into the game as I eat this string bean.
You just got one big string bean, is that your meal?
Would it be funnier if I said yes?
Sure, isn't it?
As you all pile into the wagon, being pulled by camels and horses alike.
Mhm.
The flying skeleton necromancer laughs at you from far away.
Laugh like Skeletor.
Perhaps. But it does not matter where you flee to. That book brings ill omens wherever it goes. In the form of me, as I seek it, there is nowhere you can hide it that I will not know. Now that I know where it is, and I know what I want, and I have the tools to get what I want, bringing it to that city will only bring ruin to everyone in there. Those walls will not hold me out, but will merely act as their prison. Eventually, you have essentially gotten enough distance that some of the words that he's trying to intimidate you with fall upon deaf ears, as his projected voice can only go that far.
Hey, come back! I'm trying to intimidate you guys.
Hey, don't go too far.
We've got shit passive perceptions apart from Varric as well, so we probably didn't hear much of it anyways.
It's just the fucking Charlie Brown parents.
Wah,
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 wah.
wah, 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 wah. As you thunder down the paved pathways, one horse technically is faster than a camel, so it's kind of mildly lopsided as you hitch them to essentially go their fastest. Eventually, you almost have to pull the reins in one direction so you don't just start doing donuts in the sand, because one side is faster than the other. Since you are going at a quicker pace than usual, we'll say that it only takes you about, as opposed to 20 minutes to get there, about 12 minutes going at maximum overdrive, of the camel being your technical minimum or maximum speed because it can't keep up with the horse. Eventually, you thunder back towards the front gates of Anupolis. While the box is not leaking, it does have essentially a different kind of trail that it leaves behind, in the form of this guy pursuing it. In any case, as soon as you get to the front gates, you are typically stopped by most people trying to be like, alright, what's your business? What are you doing here? Do you have any illegal cargo? That sort of thing. You may
No.
choose to barrel through the TSA, or
Oh.
you can stop.
How long is the line?
Princess.
How
CSI.
big's this queue? Like,
Well, at this time of the day, it is getting to be about the early parts of the afternoon. You surmise that it's about 2 or 1 o'clock p.m., just a little bit past noon. All
It's
this
like quiet,
happened. Relatively speaking, most things at this time of the day are relatively... it's like people go and do like a siesta kind of thing. In the sense of that height...
Alright, I have just enough time to do this.
Thank you for coming
I
in to
cast-
interrupt me.
Thaumaturgy on myself. And then I just start shouting, Mordremoth business, religious business, out of the way!
Alright, do you have dice with you in the
Sure.
kitchen? 'Cause
I'm at
it's-
my desk.
Oh, okay. Well, now that you're at your desk, you're gonna need to roll for a performance check.
Alright, I'm adding my d6 for that.
Fair enough.
Uh, 23.
In the same vein of the real-life equivalent of an ambulance or a fire truck turning on their sirens, people at the immediate behest of someone shouting loud noises at them, regardless of the context of the phrase, begin to move out of the way. Someone barreling down the middle of the street, yelling, making loud noises is enough for people to get out of the way regardless of Morjamoth affiliation. This kind of almost goes for the guards too, because while it is their job to make sure people get through and are essentially going through customs are the norm, being trampled is not part of the job description.
lads just fucking giving it full beans. Like, yeah.
Did our new pal, did he is he actively pursuing us, or did he like rejoin to march with his horde?
All right, things are beeping at me, so I'm listening again.
Air fryer's beeping.
Doesn't it
Room
turn off
business happening.
automatically?
It usually beeps to let it know it's done, I think.
Well, in either case, Varys, you can take another glance backwards, and you can see now that the individual is no longer floating menacingly above. Although the cloud that has apparated above his head still kind of marks his general location. It seems that he has indeed flown back to his army, but you surmise that he's not going back there because he's leaving.
So is this the monkey?
No, this is the guy. I think.
Skeletor.
This is Skeletor.
Oh, flying Skeletor. Where's flying monkey gone? Or are
I
we getting
think-
them conflated?
I think
Or am I getting them
Skeletor was flying the flying monkey.
He was hovering, yeah. So that guy. Okay. So I thought it was the monkey.
Oh. Funny Monkey is just another guy. Another being.
You surmise that,
bozo.
judging by how long it was taking the horde of undead to get to its current position and how far away you are from the city, you probably have less than an hour before they're going to be at the city gates. Unless they, stop for a detour or something. Can we get McDonald's?
Hey Mom, can we get food?
There's a Denny's on the road. We may be able to buy some time.
They have this thing where if they don't get you your food in half an hour, it's free, and we have over 1,000 people here. There's no way they can fulfill that. And then they stopped doing that because...
Free food.
Yeah. Anyways, besides the Denny's thing that they stopped doing, you guys barrel into the city, and while I don't know what destination you're going through, you are hauling ass at more or less full gallop through a civilized location with a destination of I don't
Priest,
fucking
where, Sunfather, where to? Point. I shall take
Are we
you.
going back to the temple?
I'm asking the priest.
Considering the speed at which you're going, he's requiring one hand to brace himself up against the
I'll
frame
slow
of
it down
this
a
thing.
bit. I'll slow it down a bit.
As you-
We're in this.
As you slow it down a bit, everything begins to jostle in place until eventually gravity and inertia takes hold.
Isn't there
Everything
also a bunch?
settles.
Isn't this wagon like clanging?
Yeah.
It is, because you have
Oh,
the really
shit,
loud
yeah.
furniture
Because of
and
the silverware.
So it sounds
That's
like
right.
it sounds like an active car crash the entire time. In any case, as soon as things settle down and people begin to crowd around the wagon, considering you are just barreling through the city, it's no wonder people stop to take notice, and people, well, as soon as you come to a relative halt, or at least a slower pace, a small crowd begins to gather around, considering one, a Morjamoth princess just basically said, I'm waving my name around like it's a wang, flexing.
That they don't have.
And the other part is the fact that you guys are really fucking loud. In any case, as soon as it pulls to a halt, the priest realigns himself so that he's not being jostled at any given time, and begins to take steps out of the wagon itself. He is not able to communicate words, but, actions speak louder than the words. He doesn't
Does that,
burp.
does he? Okay.
He hadn't had lunch yet.
Mhm.
He begins to walk out, and you can surmise that, depending on where you are in the city, if he keeps walking in that direction, he'll probably go back home. And his home is obviously...
Oh yeah, we'll follow him then. With the cat wagon. Yeah.
As soon as you are at a regular pace, of just going through the city, following the monk, priest man, to his final destination on his route, there are a couple of people onlooking, pointing, gossiping, jeering, and all other sorts of things that crowded folk do as soon as essentially a very loud parade is coming down the street. Regardless of what you do, you can't stop the jangling of the silverware in the back from causing a ruckus. It's almost like you have maracas attached to the bottom of your thing. And in any case, people begin to crowd around even more until eventually the congestion is almost noticeable that you need to alter your driving as to not run over people.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering the closer you get to the temple, the more populated it is, so there's a lot of people either idle about or just hanging around on some of the nearby oases that are available. The actual oasis at the bottom of the flight of stairs leading into the Temple of Ra has at least a number of people, counting a minimum of about 30 pedestrians. Many of them turn their gazes to see the wagon pulling up, because normally speaking, wagons of this size don't get through the front gate. There's other smaller carts that you can use to transport things in and around the city, so when the full-sized, extra-large, double-wide is in the streets, it's kind of like someone pulling up a 16-wheeler in front of a local mom-and-pop store. I don't think they need this much produce. One of the nearby security members of the guard of the city here is the first to try to intervene. Walking up alongside the driver's side of the carriage, he begins to question you. What's going on here? Echo.
I point to the princess.
You talk. And you.
I know. It's been long enough in this city and multiple times of me speaking to know to not speak if there's a princess present. So, I just
Andrew, run.
Run!
I don't want to get shot. The rice.
User disconnected from your channel.
That is
That's a good
probably
sign.
him closing his phone, going away from the kitchen. I'm imagining him. He doesn't need to.
Throwing
the
throwing the
room
rice.
is like right next to his other room. It's a
Oh,
very tiny
okay.
hallway.
Throwing the rice all over the floor in panic.
Puts the tinfoil into the microwave. Turns it on for 2 minutes.
I poke my head out. As you can see, we are with a priest of the Temple of Ra, and I am a red dragonborn. This is official business.
Yes, ma'am, I can see that. But there are things against having you barreling through the city at full gallop, with a wagon of this size. Regardless of your position as a family member, there are things that have been put in place to keep the safety of the city number one priority. Priority is made by your family, ma'am.
I realize that, and I would not be barreling through the city if it were not of utmost paramount safety regarding the city.
Two wrongs don't make a right, madam. What is exactly we're doing here with this priest of Ra, and you with a full carton of whatever that noisy business is in the back?
Are we able to see the skeleton in the sky?
No,
No,
you're
he
in the
went back.
city. You see that?
You see that guy over there?
Aurora Borealis!
Alright, there is a very evil artifact that this priest will be taken care of at the temple. And that's it. The jangling is, we just grabbed the first cart we could, which was our own.
Transporting
We're
Silverware.
transporting
Bells.
silverware.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check there, Madam President.
Okay.
Not sure why I said that. For some reason I'm thinking of like Dauntless's character, but I put like Hillary Clinton's face on it.
Oh,
No,
no.
God.
Horrifying.
You have to kill them.
I have advantage on persuasion.
yes, persuasion monk. You
31.
As soon as you're done with your business, ma'am, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and drop in a report over at the guard station. There's a lot of people who are flustered about this and are gonna want to know the full situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And also keep the speed limit to a trot.
I
Not
give
so-
him a nod.
Can do.
Considering you're already basically in front of the Temple of Ra, all you need to essentially do is park your wagon, do whatever you need to hitch up the beasts of burden, and you can see that the head priest here, man, the Sun Father, is waiting at the top of the flight of stairs. He has a small accompaniment, as he's already taken the initiative to go into the temple and not wait for you guys as you were interrogated by the guard, and has a small entourage of about 4 other members of his faith in close proximity to him. Although he is not descending the stairs to meet up with you, it's safe to assume that he is waiting there for your presence. He's also having one of the actual other guys beckon you with his hands. So, if you want to put 2 and 2 together and get 5...
All right, evil book goes in the box, or evil box goes in the temple.
No time to waste.
Lift.
With the
was
strongest
lift.
members of the league being one of them not even being a
A
regular...
nerd.
Yeah.
One a nerd and the other one's a robot. Fuck yeah, boys. See, you make fun of
Taken
nerds all the
over
time.
our
alright?
jobs already.
God
Anyways,
damn.
as the AI advances to manual labor as opposed to creating really big titty art that is filling up my Instagram feed all the time nowadays, you go ahead and bring the box up the staircase until eventually you get to the top flight. That's where the Sun Father and his little entourage hold the door open so that you can shimmy inside with the any other civilians making way, kind of like parting the Red Sea sort of thing. Eventually you get into the interior temple where you can feel that essentially Ra's light is the strongest here, mostly because they have a literal sun roof that has like a magnification effect on the stained glass, so there's a little bead of light that permeates from the top middle down to the centermost part of this temple. It's a magnifying glass. And you bring the, as instructed by some of the other priests, put the thing in the light pillar, essentially. You drop off the contents of the chest, unless you want to do something otherwise. I mean, I'm narrating this, but you don't have to do what I'm saying. Okay. Well, anyways.
No, we do what you
Okay.
say. We do what the DM says.
Just tell the story for us then.
I jump off the cliff with the box,
Zen does a backflip. Varus is skeptical of that backflip.
and the bees turn on their master.
no! Peck his eyes out.
Oh no.
Like those
We had such a
seagulls
good
do.
thing going.
Bees realise
in
they
any
can
case.
parrot him.
Who's the one in charge now?
Who's laughing now, chess club reference.
If
How
this, is
I
a,
do the tricks.
if this is a democratic system, technically the bees outvote you.
Hold on.
Anyways, so you bring the chest into the Pillar of Light. A series of other things begin to form around it, including people, all of whom are carrying these ceremonial bags of salt, begin to sprinkle assortment of concentric rings around this. 4 consecutive times, and 4 different people doing the same prayer. Eventually, their hands come together and they form a ring, and a holy bluish-yellow light begins to envelop this chest. As you kind of get a closer look around it, it almost resembles that of a very see-through version of the hut that you guys like to sleep in, but it's much smaller, localized to this particular beam of light, and has 4 dudes standing around it as opposed to having one inside of it. They break their hand chain and step back. The force field around this chest is maintained regardless of anyone standing close enough to it or maintaining some sort of incantation. One of the people who was in charge of this goes over to the Sun Father and just gives him a brief, like, okay, we did what you asked us to do sort of thing. And then he begins to point and make motions towards the rest of the other priests around here. At a very quick moment's notice, they begin to vacate all of the civilians. Obviously, you guys are here at their behest, so they don't start shoving you out. Just the civilians. As soon as
Get out, normies.
As soon as everyone is cleared out, they begin to close the front door and some of the shutters to the windows on the sides, leaving only the natural lighting that is, while heavily magnified, is still kind of localized to this one beam of light. The temple interior begins slightly dimming until eventually the Sun Father begins to do a quick lap around the interior perimeter of this building and begins to alight a series of candles that give off a unnaturally yellowish orange glow. not much like a real candle, which is more reddish and white light. One of the people who is not stricken by a vow of silence comes over to you guys as a group and addresses specifically Princess Hualong while occasionally looking around to the rest of the party. The other priests here have put a force field around the chest with the whatever it is that is hidden inside of there. We have not been briefed, but we have been told that this is of great importance that is kept within this pillar of light. It is not permanent, unfortunately, and as long as the forecasters are conscious and not asleep, we can maintain this for quite a bit of time. But unfortunately, according to the Sunfather, this is but a temporary respite for this particular container. What is the procedure here?
We were discussing.
I look at
I'm
I look at the Holy Allfather guy. Is he in the room? Or
Yeah, but he's just silent, so I don't talk.
Vow silence.
beat up the bone bag?
Terrible, by the way. Don't never do it.
I nodded him. Beat up the bone bag.
The fuck?
His
Literally,
eyes,
sir.
like, what?
Nothing. I'm just waiting my turn.
Madam Morgemoth, what do you mean by beat up the bone bag?
We were being chased by a skeleton. Do we just
Ooh.
go beat him to pieces?
Is it that simple, Father? The Sun Father looks over to you, Morgemoth lady, and then back to his lesser, and simply shakes his head. One of his interpreters who is quite attuned to his slight motions of facial and hand movements, is translating to the rest of you. Ignore the plane in the background.
That's the skeleton.
It's just flying.
He's making angry flying noises, trying to intimidate.
He does a
us.
fucking what's it called? An airdrop for on your phones.
Dive bomb. Picture of him like just grinning.
Can't wait to see you guys soon at the front gate. Let me in.
Woo! You've been invited to my birthday party.
So it's like how millennials and Zoomers don't ring doorbells. We just call you or text you and saying I'm here.
But you do that?
Yeah, no one that I know uses the doorbell.
I'm gonna fucking knock on people's doors.
You're disgusting. That's how I know you're a telemarketer or some sort of
Damn it.
solicitor. Is they're the only ones who use the doorbell because they can contact me and say I'm outside.
This is true.
This is
Anyways.
what we see. This is what we see.
4th is Halloween. That's trick or treaters. In any case, one of the interpreters for the Sun Father, he is saying that the situation is dire. I'm not sure the fine details, and according to what the Madame Morgemoth here of Bone Bag, I don't think it is as simple as how you are making it to sound.
Far from. There is an
I'm-
army of undead surrounding this thing that we'd have
So
to
bone
kill.
bags with an S.
Multiple, yes. About more than 100.
More than 100, quite so. Alright, well, this temple is not made to act as a fortress, and will not hold if they come upon here for too long. Nor can we sustain the force field around this thing if we are actively fighting for our lives.
Now, quick question. Just hypothetical, because we didn't want to take a chance out there in the middle of the city. The chest itself is the seal. If we open the chest, it undoes the magic that keeps the thing in place, or because like one of the options, and maybe I misinterpreted, but the Sun Father didn't seem opposed to the idea of just destroying this book and just denying this bone bag. So I'm trying to like lay out our options, because like
They glance over to the Sun Father, who looks over to the chest, and you see him shake his head. He points specifically with an index finger over towards the box, and You presume he's meaning the contents of said box. One of the interpreters, I do not think it can be destroyed by conventional means like you would a regular book, as you said.
You must eat the book.
I mean,
You must take it to the
I was
Temple of
assuming
Mount Doom.
magic of some kind, but like, yeah, I
Okay, so how about you guys stay here? Obviously, do your thing. We're gonna go warn the guards that there's an incoming undead army barreling towards the city, so they can prepare. And then we come back to you, and then we kick ass.
Well, we must stay here to maintain the force field.
No, yes, of course. You guys stay here. We kick ass, and then save this cat. I don't know what's gonna. But we need to go inform the guards, guys. They need to prepare.
mhm.
As soon as you say that, you can hear a very loud, almost like a war horn being played.
Uh-oh, the trigger.
Isengard calls for aid. Okay. Not Isengard. Never mind. Gondor calls for aid. But rather than a bunch of beacons being lit, it's a single, very large, deep, bellowing horn. You can hear an immediate shuffle of the civilians that were ousted into the streets have now begun to shuffle uncomfortably. This is a sound that is not very readily heard, and none of you have heard this being tooted yet in this town. Although it's safe to assume that it's probably not, this is the tea time dinner bell kind of thing. You can shuffle out onto the veranda of the temple itself to see what the commotion is, or be woefully ignorant of the outgoings if you want to stay inside.
I look towards the priest. I'm assuming that's prepare yourselves, shit is happening type of horn.
In your terms, I would say so, yes.
Okay, alright. Well, priest, it was nice meeting you. Guys, we should go.
We may or may not be back.
You burst out onto the veranda. You look downwards and can see civilians are rushing in a small panic. Many of them are gathering up their things. Street vendors are closing their stalls and doing all sorts of things to make sure that their goods are not...
50%, 70% off. Nice.
Everything must go!
Flash sale.
Look, either closing their stalls, putting things back in the crates and loading them onto their beasts of burden. Civilians who are not merchants are just like picking up all their things and running to whatever indoor shelter is available, even if it's not their own home. Other public locations that have enough fortification to be slightly more defendable than their own places of residence begin to shuffle indoors, and although it is very hasty and chaotic at first, it seems that most of the civilians here are pretty well, I wouldn't say accustomed to doing this, but not determined.
The moment has been prepared for.
Disciplined. They are very disciplined in how they go about this, and the streets are more or less clear within probably about 5 to 7 minutes of the horn being blown. Relatively good time to, not evacuate, but to take shelter. As soon as that happens, the only thing that is heard then is the march of soldiers, all of whom dressed in full decorative gear that is, while very fanciful in nature, actually has a bit more armor than the typical guard. Under normal circumstances, the city guard would have like a breastplate, their gauntlets, and greaves, and all those other things, leaving a couple of exposed areas like around the waistline, in between the collarbone and where the chest plate meets, and now they essentially have put on a different type of attire that is almost completely engulfed in metallic substances, be it mail or plate.
Do their weapons still look mundane, or are they...
Of course they are, because they are not that rich. Most of the money is in the pockets of a very certain few, and maybe their personal guards are decked out in full magical attire, much like your new boss has those guys in his lobby that have crossbows that can make you explode from the inside out. These are the city guard, not the Morgemoth nor the Crystal Spark family guard.
The city chicken.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Just keep going.
All we need
Okay.
is Pat to be like, hold on, guys. We can't enter if you...
Hold on, guys.
Pat.
I need to tie my shoe.
Wait a minute. He's not wearing these shoes. He'll be here forever.
You can see a large mustering of guards on the exterior ramparts, not only of the interior wall that you are here, but the ones that are on the aqueduct. Some of them take positions there. Is a very good high elevation platform at which you can rain down projectiles. The actual exterior gates from both the north, south, and even the west side. The actual part that overlooks the immediate west is also one portion that is being heavily guarded, considering where you guys came from. A north and western areas are the most heavily fortified, considering what has transpired so far, and is where the horn was blown initially from. The guards who are up there are yelling out orders and giving out very crude commands as to where people should be stationed, which should happen with not internal affairs. The mounted weapons on the actual gates and walls of the city have been manned, and you have people who are acting as runners for ammunition stocks, as although you can rain fire down from above, you'll eventually run out of shots. They're not infinite like Varys's quiver of mundane arrows.
And now my longbow of magically spawning arrows.
Of longness.
Yes.
Everyone is mustering and have gotten into various positions. Certain portions of the city you can see people are beginning to barricade in some capacity, even if it's just the sound of them putting furniture up on the other side of the door, and a decent amount of panic of children crying that permeates from behind sheltered walls. There's an eerie silence as everything is being prepared for, and the sounds of the soldiers mustering begins to die down as they get into position. You guys here at the Temple of Ra's upper part can make your way down the stairs and go towards whatever front line you decide to perch yourself at.
Guys, let's go one person to each wall.
We're separating.
Let's go to the one together.
I don't think we should
Let's
separate.
Let's
I
split
think
the
we
party.
should I don't
It's
think we should
just,
split.
guys, oops, I pressed the panic button. Yeah, let's go to the wall that we barreled through.
Let's see if
It's
Well,
like the priority
in any case-
flying.
at least find someone in charge so we know what we have to do.
Unless
because
there's someone that's got other ideas.
I-
now.
A single individual is found who is currently atop a very well-armored camel. The camel itself looks like it's probably putting on at least 50 to 70 pounds worth of metallic plating, and is very well fitted. It's almost twice the diameter of a regular camel's legs to help support all this extra weight. This is a very buff camel. Its rider is presumably someone of high importance, because his attire is gleaming in the sun, and his headdress is probably adding another at least 7 to 10 inches of height. His sword at his side is unsheathed, and he is walking around like he owns the place. He
is
is
he Dragonborn?
He is not Dragonborn, but he is probably one of the only individuals of this race who you've seen who is not actively trying to beat the shit out of you. He is a Loxodon.
Yeah, he's a squid.
I was thinking about a squid too.
Fucking squid guy is hiding all this time.
Squid Game. You ever seen those things where it's like Asian guys are just walking down the street and little kids are pointing at him because he's Asian and just saying Squid Games?
Oh, dude, you're the Squid Games guy. Yeah,
I'm
me.
not even Korean.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Alright, besides casual racism and the little white children who watch that thing,
Yeah, what the hell are they watching that?
I don't know.
YouTube.
True.
It's on Netflix, isn't it? And they don't actually
Yeah,
ask.
but they have like small like clips of it of shit. They're like, oh,
The Squid Game guy.
Squid Game guy. Alright, so, this Loxodon is dressed in a very, very regal attire. Tips of his tusks are even capped off with little caps of gold that make it so that he is very rich looking, at least, or at least well decorated. His sword gleams in the sun and is basically the size of a great sword for you guys, but he wields it as if it is a single-handed weapon. He begins to bark orders at people on the walls, making sure everyone is in basically ready position to fire upon anything that is going to do harm to the citizens of this great town. As you guys trundle along, somewhere down on street level, you may make your way towards any particular wall of your choosing. The one that you barreled through would, of course, have been the one pointing northish by northwest and is relatively close to facing the Sea of Embrace. From that direction, you can do stuff, although there is not really much room for you to like squeeze into the ramparts overlooking the thing. You could so rudely push your way through the crowd of guards who are stationed there. Because generally
This
speaking,
guy's better at shooting than all of you.
Well, my plan to inform the guards seemed to be they already are informed. So, you guys,
We need to know what's. We need to have some. We can't. I know. Like, do they even know our point? Like, how much do they know? We need to
Well,
get
we
them get
can-
on the same page. And
we
even
can
if
go
we
to that guard. That guy seems to be important.
leave this to them and we just head back to the temple and sit on that box, we still need to like coordinate somewhat because like, yeah, I feel like even if just to get us on the same page as the guards themselves, like I feel like 5 minutes, and even if they don't want us out here, we can head to the temple and protect the box.
Maybe we should go to the Osiris temple and get more priests.
I
I don't think
we
priests
need
are interchangeable
Yeah,
at
you
this
could
point.
go,
we need
go to the
we
Osiris
need
temple.
we need fighters, not
I fucking told you.
Not lovers.
I'll go to that head priest about. What
You
did I say?
bitch!
Like, what did I say?
How about you listen to the dirty elf sometimes, alright, you bitch?
no, at the dirty part, but alright.
I'm not dirty. I'm a little
Well,
bit.
didn't he say that
Yeah,
it
he's covered
isn't
in
the
sweat.
Yeah.
Well, Madam Marjoramoth, do you want to lead this talks with the more important looking Loxodon man?
I guess I'll have to.
Remember Book of Evil, Undead Army,
Emphasis on the evil.
Yeah, I
emphasis
don't
on the
think I'm gonna forget
evil. Mundane weapons don't do does hurt,
less
but not too
effective.
much.
Less
Yeah.
effective.
Yeah, go. We'll be right behind you.
that. Would it make more sense for you guys to get your friends with the Spark people? Can they do anything?
I don't think.
I don't know if on a short notice, like
Yeah, I don't know how fast they're gonna move. If anything, we'll just be warning them of imminent
they heard
doom.
they heard the horns. So if there's something,
All right. And I start making tracks towards Loxodon.
This guy on his very armored camel sees that you guys are approaching. Considering you are walking at him with great fervor, he looks at you and points his sword almost accusatorily. Civilians, get back indoors.
I'm a Marjoramoth, and I'm here to help.
Madam Mordramoth, you are the least likely person that I would like to see out in these parts. Make your way to safety now and let us take care of this. We will blow the horn once again once everything is safe.
are they up to date
well,
on the situation?
do you know what you're fighting?
Our scouts on the walls have already briefed us on what is approaching. Now get inside post haste.
President
Are you
Joe
aware
Biden.
that mundane weapons do less to them?
We are aware, and we do not have time to get into the hands of every single guard holy and magical weapons.
I turn to the group, then okay, that
Back to the Raw Temple it is then, I guess. We're on...
At last resort, we can go back to
We do. You
Crystal
know that
Spark.
before one last step before we go, the Raw Temple is there. Whether they know it or not, that's where they're going. That's what they're after. So I don't know if that affects your defense, but like that's
what they want is at the Ross Temple.
And they
They're
will
also-
not make it there if we can help it. Now get inside.
well, we have our answer.
As soon as this Loxodon guy, with guard captain or whatever he is, finishes barking orders at you, you can see something once again floating lazily very high above their city walls. This creature, that mildly resembles that of a funny monkey with wings,
Funny monkey.
begins to flap ever so coquettishly down, almost like he's a drunk driver. With every guard in the vicinity pointing something at it, they begin to loose indiscriminately every weapon that is pointed at this thing. The creature begins to try to make evasive maneuvers. It mildly resembles Zen when he's trying to dodge things mid-combat. Looks like a drunken roll, almost. Sometimes the pitch goes over the wrong way, almost looks like he's going to begin to do a death spiral downwards, but catches himself by folding and then unfolding his wings to almost catch like a parachute. At any moment's notice, a couple of them seem like they're about to make their mark, but as soon as you see that their projectiles were about to ring true and maybe into like center mass, there almost seems like a invisible force, not unlike shooting a arrow into a very large stack of blankets. Eventually, one of them kind of like slows the projectile down right before it hits the actual creature itself. And the projectile loses almost all of its force, causing it to only just like tink into the creature's hide with very little permeable force. It perches itself disgustingly on top of one of the ramparts, at which point the guards begin to unsheath their swords and raise them as if to strike the creature down. The bat creature monkey hybrid thing lets out a very disgusting screech, not unlike the one that you heard it do before, but this one causes all the immediate guards in the vicinity to drop their weapons and cover their ears, almost as if like something is causing them great distress. You can see sometimes some of that, well, it's too far away.
Oh no.
Grab that spell.
In any case, some of them almost have like blood trickling down between their fingers coming out from their ears. And the creature begins to bark as if it is some sort of like messenger dog.
Ooh,
It opens its mouth, and a sudden change in its posture and demeanor shows that there is some kind of puppeting force that has caused it to correct its posture, allowing it to speak more clearly. We have arrived at your city, O lonely little maggots, holding my prize away from me. We are prepared to destroy the city walls and everything inside of it if I do not get my prize. You know very well what I want, where it is, and can deliver it to me so that no one has to get hurt more than they have to. In any case, I give you 15 minutes before we begin to parlay, and then another 5 minutes beyond that before we start tearing this city down brick by brick. I have enough in my army to do so in a very, very efficient manner. The walls of men are weak, especially when compared to forces of nature such as myself. You have 15 minutes before we open negotiations. Think long and hard, but not too long. The creature's posture goes from upright back to its monkey-like state, hunched over and gibbon-like. As soon as that happens, it begins to screech once more, causing the guards in the immediate vicinity to once more double over in pain before it flaps away. A couple of guards attempt to loose another couple of arrows in its general direction, only to be plinked away by some sort of invisible force field. The monkey creature has gotten away again.
ooh.
He just thinks he got away.
All right. I don't know about you guys, but we kind of screwed up the last siege we were caught in the middle of, and I'm not looking for a repeat.
What siege were we cut up in?
Go home.
Oh, right. Oh, shit. Oh my god, that seems like so long ago. Well, where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do? Are we just gonna leave the city?
No, the idea is that we're not gonna. This time they don't leave with what they want.
The Ross Temple it is then.
I mean, a lot of people are gonna potentially die.
Yeah, do you want to give them the evil book of Lichdom?
Of evil?
No, I don't.
You think he's gonna leave
Of evil?
after all this?
He literally opened negotiations before with, "Give me the book so that you can join my army." So I'm not really keen on the whole.
No, I'm not saying we give him the book. Don't get me wrong here.
What are you trying to say?
He says negotiations, but like he just wants the book. So it's like there is no.
Buckos, let's do a walk and talk because I want to go to this Ra temple. So
Yeah,
Walking
that's
and
what, I'm
talking.
assuming
yeah,
that's what we're
please
doing.
walk
Yeah.
and talk.
Oh yeah.
You see a couple of what are presumably combat medics rushing up to the ramparts to help out the people whose ears are bleeding. They run past you without any kind of notification of their presence being a concern of yours, and you make your way back towards the Temple of Ra. The doors have been closed and seemingly have been barred from the other side. There is no window on the door itself, but you can see little other doors on the side, windows on the side that have also had their shutters closed because you were there when everything was shut. You can begin to bang on the door, or you could just, ask nicely, I guess. Although, haste would be nice.
Hello, we're back. I'd start knocking with my fist.
Behind a series of shutters, one of the priests pokes his head out from a window. The door is not opened yet, but he has done so he can check who the hell is knocking. It's hard to tell voices between a muffled door and yourself. He peeks out, and you can see that all of you guys are standing there waiting to trick or treat, and you can see him duck back inside, close the shutters, and a series of locking mechanisms begin to unfurl on the opposite end of the door. Only one of the two double doors begins to open, as they don't want to completely undo every locking mechanism, although this is a temple, so there's not too many locking mechanisms in the first place, because it is, again, open 24/7. Either way, you guys can shuffle on in, and they will close the door behind you. You can see now that they have a vertical door bar that has been laid horizontal as soon as you guys are falling behind, or falling back in. With everything shut and the priests forming a semicircle around the evil chest, with the Sun Father maintaining some sort of meditative stance, not too far away from it. One of the people who is able to speak addresses you first. So, you're back? There's no way that it's over already.
No. Absolutely.
They got 20 minutes to. I don't know what the city's gonna do, but and I don't even know if he's even being genuine. But we've got 20 minutes before, one way or the other, this is gonna boil.
And the city guard has decided to.
Dig in their heels.
That is probably a par for the course. That's their job after all. And you came back here to do what exactly? To defend the chest?
Unless unless your priest has any better ideas.
As powerful as the Sun Father is, he is not one to take on an army of undead by himself. And, well, I don't know how religious you folks are, but just crying and praying to our deity doesn't always yield in results to smite down an entire army.
You have no idea.
So the best thing we can do...
We were told to get off the streets, and if we're not gonna be on the wall, we guess we figured we'd be here. Yeah, unless
there's no way we can possibly negotiate with this thing. It wants the book, obviously, and in return we get...
To be undead in its army?
That's not a fair trade.
No, of course not, but, that's the only negotiation that I think he's willing to do at this point.
Well, negotiations are for people to communicate, but I'm not entirely sure what this creature would want. Besides the book. And
Ha-
to bolster his undead army.
has we're most of us aren't from here. Well, I don't think any of us are from the capital. But has there ever been a siege to the capital before?
A siege to the capital, generally no. Anyone who would dare to siege the capital is essentially putting hundreds of people's lives at risk for... Not entirely sure what they'd be sieging for. The water around here is too valuable, and generally speaking, the culture has been around people who need water don't mess with other people's water. And if that's an undead out there, I don't think he cares. He probably doesn't need to drink.
Who would be in charge of negotiations? Is that something like would it be the Sultan or does someone the Sultan appointed? Like who's gonna?
Honestly, I have no idea. It probably would be the Sultan. I've never had this happen in my time. So if there are going to be negotiations, it's either going to be the guard captain or the Sultan or both. And
Alright,
Morjamoth's family might want to put their nose in this.
while they're having this conversation, I would like to just. I'm trying to recall, like, who would. What the best temple to go to that would deal with the undead would be. I'm pretty sure it's Osiris. But, like, I mean, there is also probably Anubis, but I don't know if Anubis has a temple. Would I be able to rack my brain about this?
Anubis has worship, but you're not sure if this location has one for him. You're not from here. You could ask.
Good point. Alright, who... We're dealing with the undead. I'm not going to assume that this is a common occurrence, but who would be most apt at dealing with this? Because
You mean dispatching them?
yes,
The guard?
with their mundane weapons.
I mean, some of the times we can bless people's weapons, but it's only one weapon at a time.
When
The
you say
princess-
we, you mean each of you guys, right?
Yes, I could reasonably apply holy magics to one person's weapon.
Alright, how many of you are in here? Not counting the Holy Father.
We have about a dozen priests, but not all of them are capable of casting.
Okay, how many of them are?
Probably about half.
We also need people to maintain the force field on the bubble. I think that's what he said.
I think if you're trying to do what I think you're trying to do, I think we're gonna have to go elsewhere because these priests need to focus their.
Okay, in that case, we'll be back once more. But first, I need to know where the other temples are in this city.
I'd imagine the Temple of Sobek, considering it's outside the city walls, is probably going to be not your number one priority.
I look him like dead in the face, and the
Dead.
sarcasm is none too appreciated. If you wouldn't mind, the temples.
With all due respect, ma'am, I'd imagine that you, as a Morjamoth, would know where they are.
I've been
I
away a
can take
long
us to the
time.
Osiris temple.
Thank you.
Gee,
I think with the
I need to not be smug. I need to
princesses-
not be smug. Okay.
I think what the princess is
right.
trying, if I can try to interpret, I think she's just trying to get a sense of which temple, if any of the temple's priests are more inclined to dealing with this
The
kind
undead.
of magic. Yeah.
Well, some of them, much like us, are capable of imbuing weapons with holy incantations. Other ones, and if they have their head priests are capable of it, just like ours, can call upon deities for a radiant burst of light, which I'd imagine would be very unhelpful for the undead.
Okay, so Osiris, which we've been there before. I believe I've heard there's the Temple of Set.
Set does not have any kind of allegiance or
Alright.
worshippers around here.
But
Would
I'm
you?
confused. I thought there was. I thought you guys talked to a Temple of Set. I'm not saying this in
Nope.
character. But
No.
Osiris, Ra, and Sobek are the only ones we've gone to. Sobek's outside, so Osiris is the only other one that we've been to.
okay.
So that narrows that list a little bit.
All right, Osiris, it is. Can you think of any others?
Father, would you be opposed to sending some of your clergymen that can cast these holy magics to see if they can bless some mundane weapons and then make themselves back, hopefully in time before the siege starts? We'll start heading over to the other temples to see if they can do the same.
We can certainly try, but the number of people who are capable of doing that can be counted on 2 hands. From here, at least. So it's not going to be as many as you'd hope. At the same time, I surmise that you would probably want to check in on the Temple of Horus.
All right, Horus, Osiris. Got it.
Osiris. All right. Father, well, good luck to you, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Well, I'm staying here, so
Oh, okay.
I am
That's not the
capable
father.
of...
That's like father's voice.
Yeah, I can't cast. I'm just probably the most proficient interpreter of the silent
The brow
motions.
movements.
All right, we should make tracks.
Once again, the door's horizontal bar is lifted, and you guys are ushered back into the streets. At this time, it's been almost 10 minutes of conversation, and things are going to get a little bit shaky on the front lines, as the undead army has become essentially so close that you could almost spit on them. Although the orders have not been given to fire at will, you can see that there is a decent number of guards who are showing signs of distress upon seeing such a large and vast number of undead. One guard peers over the corner and immediately shuffles backwards away from it and sinks back into the floor, his crossbow almost falling from his grip, and another one, who is presumably his in command, props him up and puts the crossbow back into his grip firmly. Looking him sternly in the face, there is a brief conversation that you cannot get the actual words out from because he's so far away, that is presumably stop acting like such a sissy.
You're a pig.
All right, how far away from the Ra Temple is the Osiris Temple? Would we be able to get there in time?
Relatively
Didn't too long, yeah.
speaking, you can get there in probably about 3 minutes.
Follow me.
All right, we'll have to do.
Run,
There we
run,
go.
run, run, run.
At a full
Run, run,
pace,
run.
Or do we have the camels to ride?
No,
Are the streets clear?
they're hedged.
Honestly,
they're hedged
also
on-
like we didn't. I doubt we also like charged in with 8 horses too. So
Right, they're your horses.
they were my magic horses, but at the same time,
Yeah,
like
so they're under
It's
your
probably
man.
at this point. But yeah, all right, we go to the Osiris Temple.
I'm gonna.
with
I don't wanna-
haste.
I don't want to be the one knocking on the door here. You can handle this, princess. I'll just be at the side.
With haste.
You'll be like, you should have listened to me, fucker. See, I told you.
Stupid asshole, look at that. Look at that over
I'm
there.
not gonna. I'm not gonna say nothing. I don't need to say anything.
You just sit in the back going
Did you-
neener, neener, neener or something.
Did you mention that you went to this temple first or no, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Alright, cool.
I would probably say on the way, like, I didn't go here, but to no avail.
All right, well, I kind of
Through the temple.
stride in through the front doors.
Well, they're
Probably
closed.
Yeah, they're fucking locked.
Knock on the door.
They're on
I-
a siege.
All right, I start doing the same deal we did over the last one. Just start knocking on
I
the
think
door.
that horn's like,
close
hey,
fist.
barricade up. So yeah.
You address the front door, of which is decorated by a series of beautiful edible plant vines, such as that would be coming from like a beanstalk of something, and is curling around the door handle. You knock on the door, and there is very long, brief silence before you can hear something shuffling on the other side. Someone, or something, begins to make noises on the other side, and a very small crack in the door is not from the door itself opening, but there's a little window peephole that can be opened and shut from the inside. One little eyeball permeates from behind the door. What's going on? We're under siege. Get inside.
Yes, we are. From the undead.
Yes. Is that what it is?
Yes, and the guards are going to try and fight them off with mundane weapons, and they are going to need some people to bless some of their weapons.
Is that so? Well, I'm not a priest. I'm just one of the civilians.
Oh, okay.
All right, can you grab the nearest priest and drag him over here?
Well, I don't know about dragging him.
Does this guy sound like he's lying about not being a priest? That he's just.
Can
a
I see
civilian?
behind him through this port?
No, it's just like one little eye peephole, and he's like pressed up against it. So reasonably speaking, you can only see his eye.
Just get the nearest person from the Osiris Temple who I can talk to, and we can get some more priests out here. We need people to bless weapons.
Yeah, alright. This guy shuffles away. You can see that he vacates the premises, and eventually someone else's eyeball comes up to the peephole. Oh, Princess, it's good to see you. In good health. How may I help you?
We need priests to bless weapons. The guards have nothing but mundane to fight the undead.
Well, my apologies, Princess, but we do need to have some people here to take care of the civilians. We can't just send every single person, and not all of our priests are combat ready.
Just whoever can cast.
There's also the ones who are going to be doing most of the defending, though. Our priests are not of warrior kind, Princess. They are
I understand
essentially
that.
farmers.
I understand that. We need to bless weapons. We need to let the guards do the fighting, but if we can equip them better, it means that the undead will not breach this far in.
Well, that's a good point, but I need you to make a persuasion check.
He just tells me.
Can you sign on this
Roll,
paper?
roll these dice.
Remember, you
here.
have advantage.
Well, that's allowed. That's allowed dice.
Okay, good thing I have advantage. 26.
By the way,
Hey, hold
Womp,
on.
womp, womp.
where's he? The big gummy bear.
Are you sure this has got this dulce de leche? Not soon after, the guy vacates the peephole. You can see him press up again, probably like about a minute later.
Oh,
We can only spare
actually-
so many.
Alright, whatever you can. Press for time.
As soon as you get this guy's attention and you make your way away from the doorframe, you can hear a couple of people shuffling out. Unfortunately, the number of personnel that come out who are seemingly dressed for action, it's about 4 guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's better. Okay. Also, the when you have a chance, I also want to do something, but it's gonna just I need to send a mess. I'm gonna send a message via the message stone.
Wow, what is it?
Alright, you 4, on us.
As we're running, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, if anyone can hear me at the Crystal Spark, it's you know who this is."
It's your boy.
Oh, minute started. He's laughing. He's just laughing at him. Go ahead. You just got a minute. I'm doing a timer.
The siege is we're being obviously you guys know that we're being sieged. We're here, but they're undead, so we need as many magical weapons that you can spare to the front lines. If you can send someone that is really fast, that'll be great. And then my minute
30
ends.
seconds.
And then the message ends.
We need a better plan. Like, even just each of these priests can only bless one weapon. It's kind of small potatoes compared to what we.
I'm all open ideas.
You bless the potatoes.
Eat this potato. I don't want it. Well, you kind of do. And then he dies.
As you vacate away from the Osiris Temple, you can hear one more commotion that is beginning to drown out some of the other signs of the impending siege, or at least betrays the fact that your 15 minutes are basically up.
Mhm.
Although he said you have another 5 minutes beyond that, it seems that some sort of creature that mildly resembles that of a monkey has
Get out of here, monkey.
has flown back within eyesight. Some of the guards with effort try to shoot it down, but same story as usual. Some sort of invisible bubble around this thing is causing projectiles to lose much of their potency. Nothing more than a few stray Nerf darts, essentially.
Watch out.
It's Nerf or nothing.
And in this case, nothing.
The creature, monkey-like in nature, begins to open its gob once more.
My son. Look at him.
Well, civilized folks of Anupolis, your time is up. And I am ready to speak negotiations for the surrender of my prized item. Who will step forth and be the mouth of all these thousands of people whose lives are hanging on every word? No pressure, by the way. But 5 minutes afterwards, and we begin the siege. It'll be good fun. For us. You can see now that a series of other guards have, seeing the monkey screech last time, as soon as the thing started landing, they ran the fuck away from it, so they don't want to have their ears bleed. The large Loxodon on the camel begins to dismount and makes his way up towards the ramparts. At the same time, you can see someone who is dressed really, really nicely in very poofy-sleeved silken garb. You've never seen this guy before in your life, but he does have a small entourage of about 6 guys, all armed to the teeth and armored to the point where none of their body is visible. He might as well be just having like 6 different versions of Krios behind him, because they're that armored you can't even tell if they're humans or not. He wears a very large, poofy hat. Looks like a turban, or of like one of those... he looks, Middle Eastern.
Like one of those headdresses from the Sultan from Aladdin.
Maybe. It's,
Alright, well, we start walking
Aladdin.
that way.
The only Sultan I can think of in pop culture off the top of my head, so trying.
So they're essentially the Sultan and the captain of the guards are converging with the
Bold
rest.
of you to assume this is the Sultan, guys. I don't know what you mean.
this is actually the secretary.
Yeah.
This is actually just the head guard. He's just chilling.
It's just some guy. It's not.
As,
It's not even
as
that.
we approach
It's actually
this
Chad.
As we approach this thing, priests, find anyone with a weapon and just start doing your thing.
They look at you and then look at all the different number of people that they need to bless. The number of priests to soldier ratio is probably about like 30 to 1, so it's not a very good ratio.
Alright, when you say bless, are they literally using the bless spell?
No, there's a
Magic
spell,
weapon.
there's a magic weapon thing, or like a holy warrior or some shit.
Clerics have some stuff, but yeah.
Not
Thank you.
according to your paladin spell list, chump.
I
Sorry,
was
I'm
gonna
sorry.
say, like, if they're gonna do bless, I can do bless too, but
It's not
Bless
the
is
bless spell.
not-
Bless is
no.
little. Doesn't even make your weapons magical anyway, so that would be just like, well,
Well, I
There's
don't
a
know if this was
plus
like
D4.
I didn't know if you're gonna do the thing like with the protection.
Holy
from
weapon,
good and evil.
5e.
so the priests
is that
fan
one?
out, and they don't really. They kind of stay clustered with people of their own faith. So the Osiris boys here take this one particular rampart and start blessing everyone on this side. Some people from the.
Oh shit! The Horus Temple.
Yeah, you did forget that. Well,
Got distracted by the monkey.
How far away is the Horus Temple? Can we get there? I'd look at Laszlo. How far away is Horus? Can we get there?
I've
within,
never
like,
been
10
there.
minutes?
I don't know. I don't know where that is.
Just let's work with what we got.
I'm not looking to go
I'm
knocking
not
and
splitting the group.
exploring.
Yeah.
Princess.
We're about to. This is all going to get decided right here in this moment. So if we're not,
Hold on, I left the stove on.
my air fryer.
especially if it's a temple we've
Yeah,
never been
but-
to and we don't have the address for, I figure we.
My holy air fryer.
If anything, we make ready to head back to the Ra Temple and just hold our ground because
Ugh.
Taking all of these important-looking folk into consideration, they begin making their way along the aqueduct, which is where the monkey creature has perched itself.
I think we should go there then.
You can see this Loxodon is making his way up the staircase up to the aqueduct, and this very well-decorated individual is following behind. You guys attempt to go up the staircase, at which point the very, very well-armored guards turn around and say, "What are you doing here?"
Trying to help with the defense of the city.
You look to be a Morgemoth. You should be indoors in safety. Let the negotiations fall upon the Sultan and the guard captain.
Has the Sultan been briefed on everything that's happened?
With all due respect, ma'am, you should get out of here.
Into the city that's currently being attacked.
Within
Or
the
will be
safety of the
attacked
walls. They
shortly.
have not breached our walls. You can see the guard who is currently speaking with you is currently being left behind as the Sultan and the rest of the entourage and the guard captain begin going all the way up to the monkey.
Monkey.
Just imagine one of those flying chimps from the Wizard of Oz and just make him like a skeleton. Evil.
Incarnate.
The guard that you were speaking with, who was one of the entourage, turns around realizing that he's been left behind and goes to rejoin the rest of the company there.
Alright, when he's like 50 feet away, I just start walking again towards this.
Just, Dottie, just disguise yourself so you don't look like you.
You know what? I'm emissary of the Mordremoth's.
No.
Oh, you're not. You're on your way.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Your father literally has you 1 foot out the door. Like, let's not.
You're not.
Alright,
Just
so
please
then
disguise yourself.
Then should we go back to the temple?
No, we could still do what you want to do, but just disguise yourself so you're not the fucking princess.
Look, it's not what I want to do, but so far I'm the only one coming up with anything to do.
We've laid out what we're going to do. Like, there's not much we can do. 5 more priests isn't going to make a huge difference out here. So I said we should defend the object. If this.
Alright, then let's go do that.
You get out of earshot of any potential negotiations. The last thing that you guys see is this decent distance between the perched monkey creature and the people doing the consulting. They probably put at least like a 30-foot gap between each other because they don't want to get too close to this thing. It can shatter your eardrums at any given moment's notice. So they give it a decent distance, causing them to require them to speak louder than normal speaking volume. But eventually you guys, decided to go back to the Temple of Ra, eventually get out of earshot. And the last thing you see is just them like speaking very cautiously to this mouthpiece of the undead guy.
Funny-looking monkey. He'll say.
Want a banana? Will that be good enough?
Guys, do we have a skeletal banana we can get up? Sir, that
Yes,
doesn't
don't have
exist.
skeletons, sir.
Shit! The husk of a banana, then.
And you make your way back towards the Temple of Ra. Once again, you can knock on the door and someone will peek out to see who the heck it is. Considering this is the 3rd time you've been here, it's almost like a daily occurrence at this point. They let you back inside and close the door behind, leaving you into the silence of this relatively well-lit room, artificial or otherwise, with the skylight beaming down onto this chest. As soon as you guys enter, one of the interpreters of the Sunfather and the Sunfather himself approach you as you enter. Through a series of gestures and motions, the Sunfather communicates to you, and then by proximity of his interpreter, speaks out through him. Is the, everything going well outside? To the, all things considered?
Nothing has happened as of yet. We were able to get the Osiris Temple to spare a few hands to bless some armaments. So
Negotiations are underway. We'll see how
The
that goes.
Osiris Temple doesn't have many capable priests to do that. Most of their spells and blessings are for crop growth. But I guess it's the most that they can do. Did you check out the other temples, like I said?
Honestly, we didn't get the chance to.
Unfortunate. The Horus priests are all warriors, so they could have helped a lot.
Callus actually just chuckled.
If anything, then I suppose that negotiations are underway as we speak.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't presume that the Sultan will give up the city. He is a very prideful man, and allowing the undead to flood into his city to take whatever they want is not going to be probably an option at all. Same thing that goes for the guard captain. He is very, very prideful about keeping the safety of the city, so they're probably going to have a scuffle, at the minimum.
My fear isn't necessarily that they're going to give up the city, but would they give up the book?
I don't know if they know what the creature is after. They might come up in negotiations, and considering all things that have happened, if it ensures the safety of the city and that creature is good on its word, then that might be something that's on the table. I'm just speculating, though. Considering how evil that book is and the thing that wants it, I don't think it's going to tell the truth.
Super.
But if that's the case, then I'd recommend, if we're going to hold out here, the windows aren't exactly the strongest barricade from something who wants to come in. The front door is quite strong, but at any given time, I don't suspect that it would be holding up for very long. So, unfortunately, we don't have like a safe or a secure catacomb around here. Usually when we see our dead off, we ship them down the river into the ocean. Or Sea of Embrace, excuse me. So I guess we just wait to see how the negotiations go. And best case scenario, actually, I'm not sure what the best case scenario would be. The
Well,
guards
looking
fend
around,
off the entire army, I guess.
Looking around, is there like anything we can do to help make the place a little more defensible?
Unfortunately, they don't have pews like they would in, say, like a Catholic church. A lot of sitting on the ground on carpets for prayers and whatnot. All the furniture around here is typically used for holding small things like incense burners, so it's like a coffee table sized thing. So you could take a bunch of these and pile them up in front of something, but reasonably speaking, they'd be awful as a barricade.
Are there any cotton pillows?
Cotton pillows.
Yes.
Around here, they are used...
Pillows with cotton insides.
Typically speaking, for the prayer areas, people who want to kneel, not directly on the ground, even if it is slightly cushioned with these mats, there are pillows that people can use to go into prayer positions.
Okay, I'd like to like fashion some earbuds, seeing the fucking monkey did a scream and people's ears bled. I was like, it might be kind of good to.
You begin tearing a pillow open and ripping out the cotton stuffing. It is odd to see, considering some people don't know the full context of the screaming monkey. So you
I'd just say I'm gonna go get a pillow because there's a screaming monkey, and the guards, when hearing the screaming monkey, bled from their ears. So I'm just gonna put some cotton in my ears when I know that the screaming monkey is upon us. I'm just gonna use this one pillow. I'll replace it if all goes well. It's not up for debate. I'm doing it. I'm gonna get some cotton. You want some? Getting some.
You do that.
I'm gonna take a short rest.
Well,
I'm gonna start anyway.
Cotton in his ears, Laszlo B.
I haven't put him in. Would you like me to catnap you so you can do it quickly?
Oh my god, if you could, yes, if you can spare. I love you, thank you.
I
Love
just
you.
want me to double check. I'm not doing it now. Made
All
it
right,
weird.
well.
No, I'm joking.
All right,
I just
then.
wanted to just check the spell a second, just to see if how many folks. Catnap. Ivy. 3 willing creatures. Whoa! Who wants it?
Me.
What?
Who wants a
Wants to sleep.
Who wants a
I'll
really
take
quick
the cat
short
nap.
rest?
I'll take a nap.
Okay. So Kalos, Dauntless, and Zen. It's a 10-minute for a hour-long short rest. So
Oh, 10 minutes. Nice, yes.
be sleeping, and you go unconscious. If you're willing, that is.
Oh, I sit down first and lean up against like a wall, so that way I don't
You
just
do it right away.
Face plant.
Alright.
Okay,
nap me.
napped, and everyone else has got to be there at the same time. So.
People who are taking a cat nap go into a very quick but very deep sleep. The rest of you are still conscious and are awaiting with bated breath the results of the negotiations.
It's just me and Alec. Oh, man, it's just you two
I'm
elves.
10 minutes. Oh, well, actually, I
And
don't-
Krios as well. Or does Krios go to sleep as well?
No, Krios is chilling.
Okay.
Well, actually,
Alright.
no. He would actually go to sleep because I think it's
Sure.
when I'm
Tethered to you,
unconscious.
right?
Yeah. So if I'm unconscious, technically.
Cool. Mr. Varys, now that we have a time, are we all good on preps here? Just fighting?
maybe if we're only fighting that thing, I don't know.
Well, it looks like the monkey is just a mouthpiece, and
Not
when
if
they
I,
shot at it, it didn't really do anything like that, you know. So I'm thinking, fuck the monkey, all right? Don't
Don't
worry
fuck the
about
monkey.
the monkey, skeleton monkey. But we go for not the monkey, and and anything else. Maybe like the floating guy instead, who may be using that monkey as a
big concern
mouthpiece.
is that they're gonna let this thing talk at them, and they're gonna let it sell the idea that, oh yeah, I'll leave you alone if you give me the book.
Yeah,
that gives,
I'm a trustworthy monkey. You know me. Like, when have you ever trusted a monkey? Okay.
Next campaign, the first major merchant
Kill!
is going to
Kill
be
the
a monkey. I mean, Crod, I'm just saying, but still. Just saying, just saying.
Prod does sound like a crocodile name, so
No, Crod
that
is your
Rod's
guess
a
is like
monkey.
he was a chimpanzee. So
Oh.
you
If they
guys
were
have
smart.
trusted monkeys in the past.
this
Yeah,
thing
it's different
wants this
campaigns,
thing
yeah.
to make itself
Yeah.
more powerful. It's at least somewhat more vulnerable than it will be after it has this book. So the idea is, I say, screw that. I say just kill the thing now if we get the chance.
Okay. Well, we need to get up to it, and it flies. So
Yeah, I know.
projectiles are not so focus your fire not on that. If anything, try and see what's protecting the monkey, and then destroy that, or at least damage that.
Or it could just be that he's not affected by the mundane weapons. You haven't tried.
Oh my god, he speaks in his sleep.
Oh my god, I forgot!
He stands up, walking around like
It's just the
full
bees.
conversation.
God, I hate elves.
Just take a
angry.
step away from him.
Is that skeleton an elf?
So
He has like bony ears, like in the shape of them. All I need.
a few hesitant moments later, a eerie silence is drawn across the whole city, as everyone, not including including yourselves, wait on the results of this not pregnancy test. What's it called? Negotiation.
Negotiation.
On occasion, one of the priests begins to make his way over towards the shutters, as if he wants to look outside to get a good look. There was no one knocking, but he just seems to be curious at the moment. Another one grabs him by the shoulders and just wait more, because something bad could happen if negotiations went poorly. Not soon afterwards, there is a break in the silence that comes from an exterior source. All in all, everything seems to be... It kind of mildly resembles that of the war horn that was blown earlier, but it is, one, higher and pitched and not as bellowy and deep. as if it came from like a smaller instrument, so it is also lesser in volume overall. And it seems to come from different locations, almost like a domino effect. You hear one, another one soon afterwards that seems to be reverberating from a different side of the city, as if they're being used to signal each other. They begin to, again, as domino effects, one blows another one, followed by another one, down the line until eventually you can hear them all resonating a similar frequency all at once. You can see that from one of the priests who is not currently channeling the force field, he looks over at the window and immediately rushes towards it. One of his friends doesn't stop him and allows him to to look out into the streets below. The shutters are flown back and his head is going out the window. You can hear the sound of the horns even clearer now that the shutters have been removed. He looks back and just beyond his vision, sorry, not beyond his vision, like, so he's at the window, he turns around, and his eyes are widened, and just beyond him, Varys, with your special lens, you can see something very far off in the distance. You can see the ramparts of the outer layer of the city walls. There are already motions of people shooting, reloading, and firing their crossbows. Sorry, shooting and reloading and firing? Shooting...
All of the same thing.
Yeah.
Shooting, reloading, and firing. There's the sequel.
Shooting, fire, reload, fire, reload, fire.
Actively participating in combat. As you can see, one of them gets grabbed by a skeletal hand that reaches through the little slits in the arrow holes for the ramparts. It grabs him by like the collar area of his armor, and he gets dragged over the edge of the wall, plummeting down to what is presumably his death either by gravity or by the hundreds and hundreds of skeletal figures that probably await down below. The skeleton then clambers over the wall, and it is greeted by a series of the city guard beginning to beat and batter it with their weapons. Not all of them have the pleasure of having blessed weapons, so as they strike with their regular metal swords and try to bash them back with their shields, the creatures are not too disturbed by this onslaught of slashes and attacks, and clamber over the walls. And in very similar fashion to the other walls that you see, this happens across whatever window that you decide to peek out from, if at all. Using each other as ladders and step stools, the skeletons and zombies begin to clamber over each other, creating a tide of undead that pours over the walls. Some of them are actually thin enough that they can almost squeeze through some of the arrow slits by throwing their bones through the arrow slits and then reconfiguring on the opposite side without a head. The blessed areas that are having attended by some of the priests that you guys configured are doing a significantly better job. The blessed weapons are doing what they're intended to do, and as soon as you see one of the guards with a blessed weapon strike down on the skeleton, they almost explode with a violent energy and a splash of holy radiant light, causing the skeletons to crumble and not try to reform, and their undead fortitude is not working as proficiently as it could versus mundane weapons, as the damage is sometimes too much for them to handle and to reconfigure, even with the necrotic forces that hold them together, permeating in waves from this creature, the skeleton that is currently out of line of sight, or the skeletal mage. So the siege has begun, and that is where we are going to stop for today. I know it's a little earlier, but I gotta do two things. One is to make the battlefield. And two, I gotta take a poop. But those
That does
things-
seem like a priority. The second one maybe.
I think
Maybe
I
some,
meant the math
maybe
first. Sorry.
maybe do the second one first.
Not at the same time. So it's not going to be the entire city. It's just going to be a couple of major areas where I think you might fight at. If you're going to stay in the temple, of course I'm going to model the temple. If you decide to take it to the streets, I'll make a couple of things.
Run to the horse.
Run to the horse temple maybe. And maybe like if you want to join the rampart or something, I'll do that too. And then anything I can think of in between. A couple of major areas that I suspect would be viable areas to fight in.
For your sanity, you could build these little segments individually, and then if it chooses that we go there, so you don't have to build all the in-betweens and go crazy,
Well, don't think
Oh,
I'm
you
going to
wanna
be
go
making
here?
all of
Then,
these from
yeah.
scratch. Some of them I can just pull from the
Yeah, I know.
farms.
Yeah, I was gonna say like just to save your sanity.
Well, guess what? I am full of free
Insane.
time because I am on summer vacation. So I can do that while I'm watching The Rings of Power. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
Oh.
So